Good evening, everyone, and welcome to today's Educational Support Committee meeting and the Student Achievement meeting here along with us. Today, for educational support, we'll be talking about the joint presentation with the Say Yes Buffalo on social emotional support that our district has to offer. And since we started a little late, I'm going to go ahead and get right to it. So right now, I'm going to let this time be afforded to Dr. Kreiner Cash to open up the presentation that's going to be set by the district. Dr. Cash?
Yes, good evening, everyone, and welcome. We're always pleased when we have an opportunity to share the work and partnership that has been going on now for probably 10 years in total, certainly 6 years under this administration, and we're into our 7th year. And we're very delighted that the bandwidth of Say Yes has expanded substantially over the years. And whereas they started pretty much at first focusing on the graduation rates and providing scholarships for students who graduated, they have now joined us in a full onslaught of robust programming from prenatal all the way through to post-secondary education and into the world of work. So we're very pleased that Ms. Tanja Staples is here, and I believe she has a colleague, Ms. Barron, Betsy Barron is here as well. After their initial presentation, staff from the Buffalo Public Schools will begin to share data on suspension rates so far this year and the kinds of social and emotional supports that have been needed in order to help our children adjust back into schooling after some substantial time away. And what you're going to hear is, yes, there's some intensity around some of our issues at the beginning of this year, but it's good news is that we're only dealing with about 1%, less than 1% of our students who have had to have a long-term suspension at this point, about 272 students. And so that's where we're focusing a lot of our strategic efforts and energy to disrupt some of those issues that are facing those young people and to come up with better and better ways to support them as they work through their struggles. So very exciting night. The most exciting thing is the fact that we are unveiling for you, board, our new data dashboard. You've never seen this before. And when you see this tonight, you're going to see something that in a long road, we've been trying to develop this. It's finally here. Staff has done a tremendous job. And when you see what we can now show you in real time and how we can aggregate and disaggregate and drill down to the level of the individual student, it will help you understand what the work is, clear up a lot of misunderstanding and misinformation that gets flown around out there, and you can look it up. Numbers don't lie, and that's what we're going to have this evening. So pay attention, be ready to go, have a robust discussion, and let us get through, I think, first Tanja Staples' presentation, and then we'll move on to Dr. Williams, Ms. Wilson, and Dr. Wright's presentation, and then Mr. Hurd will turn it back over to you for discussion. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. It is such a pleasure for myself and my colleagues from Say Yes to be with you this evening. Betsy Barron is going to kick off our Say Yes presentation. Betsy?
Good evening, everyone. And just a logistical question. Are you all, is IT pulling up the presentation deck, or should we be sharing it with you?
I believe IT has your presentation, and if you say, Admir, show the first slide, I think he's ready to go with that.
Okay.
Here, I'll help
He's
you.
working on it. He's working on it right now, Dr. Cash.
Thank you.
Okay. All right, here he comes.
While he's pulling it up, I'll just say good evening. It's so great to see all of you. I have seen some of you, but it's nice to see you. And we're really excited to just share a quick update with you tonight and then take your questions. I'm Betsy Barron. I'm a senior director at SAYS Buffalo, and I have oversight for our scholarship and financial aid work. I'm joined tonight by Mrs. Tanya Staples, who works in partnership with the school district on community schools and parent centers, as well as Amanda Paul, who works and oversees our school-based preventive staff that are working in your buildings to support students and families, as well as mental health clinics that are operating in the school buildings as well. So if you want to go to the next slide. We're just sharing this first slide to just remind everyone of all the different ways that we partner together. We're focusing on a couple areas tonight, but we work in partnership with the school district on summer camp. We, like I said, do preventive services. We have a scholar mentoring program for high school seniors that are matriculating to a post-secondary program. In addition to the mental health clinics, we also support mobile health clinics that go to schools that don't have a school-based health clinic. We have a health homes program that's also under Amanda's purview. We do scholarships, we do financial aid. We have an MBK initiative called Breaking Barriers for young men of color, ages 12 to 24. We have an internship program for students who have completed at least 1 year of post-secondary, a near-peer mentoring program for high school seniors, I believe, early childhood work that we work in the 3Y and 4Y programs in the school district. And we're just about to dip our toes into working in apprenticeships, which I'm sure we'll be back to tell you guys more about that as we get into it. But for now, we're just going to focus on a couple areas tonight, and I'm going to turn it over to Tanya to talk about community schools and parent centers.
Great, thanks, Betsy. If you can go to the next slide, please. So we are so excited to be back in Buffalo Public Schools. The families are excited, the buildings are excited, and the kids are having a wonderful, wonderful time. As Dr. Cash mentioned earlier, we are going into our 6th community school year with Buffalo Public Schools, and we are looking to have some really exciting and fun and educational activities happening. But what I wanted to start with, and I'm not sure if Dr. Cash remembers this quote, but when he and Dr. David Mauricio, when we first started sitting down talking about community schools, and David had a graphic, and on the graphic was a small seedling that was being watered, and the quote, "From a small seed, a mighty trunk will grow." And so that has been the focus and the direction of the work that we have been doing with community schools, the parent centers, and adult education. So we have continued to nurture the students and their families throughout these past 5 going into 6 years by providing them with amazing opportunities to engage, to participate in different programming, ranging from academic to social emotional, health and wellness, workforce development, etc. And so as we've entered back into this particular school year, we anticipated that it would be a slow start because we know families are getting reacclimated to coming into the buildings on Saturdays. But the school buildings, their teams, and the community school navigators, our community-based partners, our parent center liaisons have been very cognizant and nurturing and understanding what families may have gone through over the past 18 months and how we should be embracing them and instilling certain protocols and practices within the programs, within the buildings of the schools. So to date, since September 25th and September 23rd, the parent center programs and community school programs launched. So as you may remember, when we started this journey, we started with 13 schools. And now we have 24 schools in tow with community schools. We added Burgard and Mikowski this year, and they are going exceptionally well in the Community School Saturday Academy realm. We still have 4 parent centers located within the high schools: South Park, Lafayette, East, and I'm going to forget one, Bennett High School. So we still have the 4 parent centers located and continue to work with adult education. To date, we've had 60 Saturday academies that has yielded approximately 5,241 visits to the schools. And we have had about 540 different activities for the students and their parents and community members to engage in. And some of those activities have been academic related. We've had algebra review, we've had science club, history activities that have been going on. The Buffalo Philharmonic has been in place, exploring more. We've utilized the WOZED curriculum in several of the schools. And what seems to be very popular is the drone program. We've had chess clubs, the business competitions that are happening. We've recently had on-site admission enrollment from 3 colleges and universities that have been on site at the high schools. Oral health screening and education has been taking place. Engineering for kids, we've had music production, Zumba, housing workshops, disability awareness training, cooking, sports, tutoring, etc. And with the parent centers are continuing to operate in the evenings, 2 nights a week, either Monday and Wednesday or Tuesday and Thursday, as well as our Saturday academies. And we have seen so far about 560 visitors coming into the parent centers, offering program activities that have yielded 438 in attendance, and then also 53 different type of engagement opportunities. Looking at the various strands for the Parent Center: academics and instructional technology, social emotional learning and wellness, diversity, equity and inclusion, parent leadership and advocacy, personal and professional growth and development, and soon to be a new parent support and family bonding programs. So we've had continued our sickle cell support groups, cosmetology, multicultural conversation, pregnant and parenting teens, FAFSA programs, teen drop-in, career coaching, workforce development, and our ever popular, the virtual legal clinics. So we are continuing to look at ways to reach the students and their family members and bringing them in and having their voices at the table in program development, planning, implementation, as well as the evaluation component. So I will end there, and I will ask my colleague Amanda Paul to come and provide you with an overview.
Thank you, Tanya. Good evening. If you would be able, or if you'd be willing to put the next slide on. Thank you. So just to recap, Betsy mentioned some of the programs in our school-based services department. And so under that realm, we have our family support specialist programs. Betsy mentioned our preventive services program, which is a wraparound support program for families. The health home program, working with children and youth who have chronic medical and or behavioral health needs. And then also under our department is the facilitation and coordination of both the mobile health clinics and the school-based satellite mental health clinics. So today I'm only going to highlight the services under the mental health satellite clinics. So we continue to partner with 10 agencies for the school-based mental health services. 8 of these agencies provide OMH, Office of Mental Health, regulated satellite mental health clinics, and 2 offer school-based health clinics under Department of Health. There are various additional supports available within the school buildings, dependent on the agency in that school, things like peer supports, and that's really up to the programs and the building administration on what additional services they offer. Through the school-based clinics, students receive private individual counseling right within the school building. These sessions are built around the comfort of the students and families. And since the pandemic, the agencies have the ability to provide telehealth sessions if that's preferred, or if needed, if and when a student is not in the school building. It's also helped to increase parent engagement as well, because a lot of the parents, well, right now the parents are unable to go into the school buildings, but in addition, it's just an easier method to loop parents into services. Through these partnerships, there are 61 embedded mental health clinics, and this past year, despite the pandemic and remote learning, they served over 700 students. Many students, though not without difficulty, they did engage with telehealth services through their school-based mental health clinics during the remote learning time frame. And then when students went back to school, they transitioned the students back. Some students were able to actually attend the outpatient clinics, and other agencies actually layered their supports by going out to the homes to support students, of course, following safety procedures. As of last June, there were close to 600 students still enrolled in the clinics. Many of the students remain engaged throughout the summertime and even going into this school year. Unfortunately, we have faced, and if maybe some of you have already heard, there's a bit of a shortage of clinicians for school-based clinics since the pandemic set in, and similar to many other fields, hiring has been really tough and difficult. So in reference to the bottom bullet, we continue to hold our regular and very robust mental health task force meetings, and we come together and we talk about these issues and we figure out ways to address any gap in care. And we've been very successful through this team, more recently focusing on this shortage and coming up against it through efforts through the task force. Emulating what has been done within Buffalo Public Schools, we've helped to transfer this model over to higher education settings, which remains an ongoing and familiar mode of support for students as they matriculate. Currently, and through the support of the Community Foundation and the Gates Foundation, we help to facilitate 6 satellite clinics in 6 of our local colleges. And this will be our 3rd and final year, moving to the bullet right below that. Our 3rd and final year working with the University at Buffalo Department of Psychiatry, also supported by the Community Foundation, and it's had a tremendous impact on our students in the Buffalo Public Schools. They've offered free psychiatric case consults to members of the BPS Crisis Prevention and Response Team, members of student support teams, occasionally bringing in teachers as needed, all without disclosing any identifying information on students. We work with 2 psychiatrists, Dr. Sarav Singh Gupta and Dr. Jennifer Hake, who additionally offer 2 info sessions a month on specific content areas and also opening up for general Q&A. And lastly, they provide large-scale psychiatric coaching sessions, crucial topics, thinking over the course of the pandemic. In January, we had a presentation called SSS, A Roadmap Through the Pandemic, Navigating the Facets of Stress and Anxiety, and considering students, families, and staff in all of our stress responses and how we were working at that point in time. So we work really closely with the BPS Crisis Prevention and Response Team, UB and SAYS Buffalo, and it's our hope that that can continue in years to come. And so lastly, as I mentioned, SAYS Buffalo continues to facilitate the Mental Health Task Force, which now consists of 2 task forces. The needs and processes for higher education and partners compared to Buffalo Public Schools differs, and it made a lot more sense to break those up. But occasionally we come together. This past week we just did that into one large group to continue to put our heads together and expand mental health supports for students. Okay, and from there, I'm going to hand it over to Betsy. She's going to take some time to talk about SAYS Buffalo Scholarship and financial aid available to students.
Thank you, Amanda. If you could go to the next slide, please. The SAYS Buffalo Scholarship, I'm sure you are all familiar with, but it was really the first program that came out of what is the SAYS Buffalo Partnership. We have been raising money since our inception to pay for tuition scholarships for graduates of Buffalo's public schools. We are a last dollar scholarship, so that means that we come in and cover tuition after state and federal aid is applied. To help students get that state and federal aid, we have a program in partnership with the University at Buffalo where we train undergraduate students, and then they become interns who intern within each of the Buffalo public high schools and provide direct one-to-one support to students and parents on completing what can be a very difficult financial aid process with all of the different forms for FAFSA and then also for the New York State TAP application. The great news is this year we are back in the school buildings. We had to move virtual for the past year or so, and we are now having our staff right back in working with the school counselors in each building. In addition to our financial aid counselors, we have our scholarship team who is out and about doing presentations to high school seniors and getting them ready to start completing the SAYS application, which will be open in the next week or so. And I'll just note a couple of things about what's been happening in terms of the pandemic. You may have seen, but nationwide, there's been a huge disruption in the number of students who matriculate and persist in higher education as a result of everything from, not wanting to be out and about in a classroom, having additional family responsibilities, including having to work instead of attend school. And so there's been overall about a 20% decrease in students who have matriculated or persisted. And we have certainly seen that here in Buffalo as well. We've seen fewer students matriculate. We've also seen students who had started school prior to the pandemic have to leave school to take care of those other responsibilities. And that will be evident in some of the statistics I'll share with you. To give you a snapshot of the last school year, we had just over, in total, since we've started, just over 2,000 Buffalo public school graduates who have completed a post-secondary degree, and that is defined as a certificate, an associate's degree, or a bachelor's degree. What's really exciting is that we've had over 100 of those students now go on to earn a graduate degree as well. We've got 3 lawyers so far. We've got a whole bunch of MBAs and MSWs, and so it's really exciting to see where these students are going. Something I want to note is last year we did have a lot of trouble with getting students to complete the SAYS application, getting students to complete financial aid applications, and this was mirrored in our partner cities. So we have a SAYS chapter in Cleveland and one in Syracuse. They had similar difficulties. On a standard year, we usually get about 90–95% of all eligible students to complete the SAYS Buffalo scholarship application. Last year, we only had about 50%. So that's a pretty significant drop. In addition, we saw a decrease in the number of students who completed the FAFSA. So we only had about 34% of students complete FAFSA last year. We're usually right around 50 or 60%. And TAP completion was also down. Oh, sorry, I have a little person here. You're gonna have to wait a second, honey, okay? Yeah, go ahead. Sorry about that. And just a note, we were requested to provide an update on a couple of different specific points. So the questions were here in the bullets. The current number of school graduates who have enrolled in a post-secondary degree program. The estimated number for this school year right now is about 1,650 students. We're still counting them, so that's why that's an estimate. But that's, yep, honey, I'll take care of that in just a minute, okay? You're just gonna have to wait, thank you. We also have for you here the current number of Buffalo Public School graduates who have received scholarships to a college or university. For this school year, again, this is an estimate because they're still coming in, but it's about 750 of those students. The reason why it's not the full number of students that are in school is because the rest of those students are likely covered by state and federal aid, so they don't require additional tuition scholarships outside of that. Lastly, it was asked how many seniors use SAYS Buffalo College Enrollment Services. This number is from last year. It was about 1,100 that we worked with directly. Typically, we are almost twice that. So again, that's where you see that 50% decrease in number of students who completed our SAYS Buffalo application. So I'm going to turn it back over to Amanda, who's just going to share a quick story with you that illustrates all of our services, and then we can take your questions.
Thank you, Betsy. If you don't mind going to the next slide. All right. So we are always really excited to share impact stories of the work we do, and this young man really deserves the spotlight. Colin is a current 5th grader at Dr. Lydia T. Wright, and he came our way by referral through the building principal in the 2019-2020 school year. Previously, Colin had some in-school behavioral concerns, and unfortunately, prior to the pandemic, he did spend some time out of school due to suspensions as a result. He was referred to our Health Home program, where we have a family support specialist located right in his school building for support. That family support specialist helped to establish what we call an interdisciplinary team, which is a group of support in any area Colin or his family desires to have. So that could be education, medical, community, mental health, any type of support you can think of. And certainly the hard work on behalf of Colin and his family. Colin was awarded with a Certificate of Achievement just this past month. He is having a great school year. He's passing all of his courses. He's loved by his football team and recognized for his teamwork. And he shared with us recently that he aspires to one day be a football player himself, or maybe a police officer. And we're confident that he's going to go really far because he's very dedicated. He's very hardworking, and we really just are looking forward to all that is to come for this young man. And so there, if you want to go to the next slide. I'm going to open up the floor if anybody has any questions for any of us. I know we covered a lot of information. That's why we only highlighted 3 program areas, but happy to answer any questions if anybody has them.
Yes, I'm going to open the floor to questions at this time, but respectfully, let's ask questions about the dashboard, the community schools and parent centers, mental health services, and the impact that our programs have had on our students. And also respectfully, next month, we're going to revisit the scholarship and financial aid and our students that graduation rate that attended college. The Say Yes director, David Rust, wants to go more in detail next month about it. And so I would like to try to hold some of those questions right now pertaining to that issue, because he also wants to report to the district about those numbers that we have and things that we can do to help improve the situation that we have here in Buffalo. So we have a number of board members that's available right now. So I'll start off with the board president that's in the room. If you have any questions concerning the dashboard, the community schools and parent centers, mental health services, and the impact that our programs have had on our children.
Thank you, Mr. Hurd. My question would be about what does the usual participation look like? Like how many visitors, how many family members, how many community members come to a typical Saturday community school?
So that really varies by community, but what we've been seeing on average, we're ranging somewhere between 85, 90 to a little over close to 200 in some of the schools. And so each month, each week, Saturday Academy has fluctuated, but we're starting to see retention, and that's those families that are coming 3 or more times.
Is it reflective of the offering that's being, because I know often each Saturday there's some different focus or theme in addition to the standards. Do you find that you have higher turnout for some of these?
Yeah, sometimes it's based upon the theme. It's seasonal. You know, we just celebrated harvest, and so we've seen a lot of families coming out for the different specialty kinds of activities that are happening. And again, I think it's about comfortability. Once families start to really get more comfortable with coming into the buildings, we are adhering to all the social distancing protocols, and people are wearing masks, and we're doing the screener and the body scanning. And so each week we see more and more students and parents coming into the buildings.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, President Petruski. And I will go across according to our screen, I will go across the top to the bottom, how our board members are placed. So the next board member that will, if you have a question, will be Dr. Kathy Evans.
Sorry, I got lost.
Thank you.
Yes, I'm sorry. My son interfered. What was your question?
My question was, do you have any questions pertaining to the presentation today by Tanya Staples, Bessie, Brianne, and Amanda Paul?
No, I don't. I just always admired the Say Yes program. I remember my young man, my last son, who is now 24, participated in some of the activities over at Performing Arts. He did well. We weren't eligible for any of the scholarships. However, it did allow him to at least participate in some of the activities. So no, I think you guys are doing a wonderful job, and I've always admired the Say Yes program. It's a asset, to our district. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Kathy Evans-Brown. Next on our screen, we have former board president Sharon Belton-Cotman.
Thank you, Mr. Hurd. Thank you, Say Yes. You have certainly far exceeded any expectations we had many years ago when you first started, and I really appreciate that you guys are a very strong family member. I feel you're beyond the community piece. You are a family member of our district. I just have 2 questions, possibly 3. I am focusing in on girls at this point, and I'm curious to know, has there been any conversations about possibly expanding services for young ladies similar to the Breaking Barrier and My Brother's Keeper? Have we talked about, or has anyone even, approached that at this point, particularly since it appears that, it's a missed opportunity for our young ladies, and looking at the data that's associated with them? What do you think? Is that something maybe that's worth talking about, or et cetera? How do you guys think about that?
Definitely. One of our colleagues has such a great passion in that area. So we are in exploration phase right now with what a girls breaking barriers could potentially look like. But in the meantime, there are different navigators that are hosting mentoring groups and young lady groups and girl groups in their buildings, because that's also been expressed by the principals. What can we do? We've seen a tremendous number of incidences. Girls are just not getting along the way that they used to. Social media activities are coming into the school buildings. And so what are some of the interventions that we can do to try to calm the waters in the schools? So the navigators working with their school teams, again, with the CBO partners, our Say Yes colleagues that are in the buildings, are looking at opportunities to create and develop programming for the young ladies. But we're definitely in the exploration phase for what a Breaking Barrier Girl initiative could look like.
Thank you. Appreciate that so much. In regards to your parent centers, do our pals, our parent representatives from our school, do they work at all, or are we doing anything in conjunction with them? You have your parent center set up. Many of the schools have a person in the building that's earmarked that go-to person for things that are going on. I was at a meeting last night, and it said that we had about 43 parent facilitators currently up and running right now. Have we talked about, maybe doing anything with those individuals to try to help solidify our parent involvement piece or anything like that? Because if the parents are coming in, I'm wondering if we're missing an opportunity to engage the parents. You know what I mean? Not, as far as helping us move this school district to the next level. So I don't know, if any of our facilitators are working with you guys at all. Are they doing anything like that?
So we have been in conversations with Dr. Ramona Reynolds about collaboration and partnership, and how do we reach the parents and expose them to the different offerings and services through the parent centers. So there is conversations that are happening in the schools that may have parent liaisons.
Okay, thanks. I'm going to follow up with her on that one as well. So my last question. At one point, the children who were not eligible for the scholarship were receiving means money. Money that it was like I think at one point it was a Visa card or something that they could go and use at the bookstore. Do you do that anymore? Or if you don't get a scholarship, you don't get anything? Do you do anything like that anymore?
You know, Sharon, I actually don't remember that, so I'll have to look back and see. We don't do anything like that right now. What we do for students in that situation is we usually push them towards the Community Foundation for Greater Buffalo Scholarship Program, which is the largest program behind ours in the city. And a lot of students are able to qualify for those scholarships. In addition, we push our scholars there too, because they can get additional money beyond ours for like books, room and board there. Further, I will say, you know, looking at ways to support students with books is a constant issue. So it's definitely something that we are interested in exploring more. So if that's something that is of interest to this committee, we're happy to have those discussions.
All right. Thank you. Thank you for all the great things that you're doing in our district. We really appreciate you all. That's it.
Okay. Thank you, Mrs. Sharon Belton-Codman. Next on our screen, we have Lauren Scott. Lauren Scott, if you have any questions.
Yes, thank you, Chairman Hurd. Just want to first thank Tanya, Betsy, and Amanda for your presentation. Say Yes is a tremendous partner, probably, well, definitely our best partner, and all the work that you provide and do is so necessary, and I think most necessary this school year. I'm thrilled to see the Saturday Academies back up and running. I have visited 5 already, and those are one of the Saturday Academies I hold in high regard. They're something that I think are just so valuable to our families, to our community. And I just want to also thank the many volunteers in community-based organizations, mentors, students from Canisius that I met this past Saturday. There's just so many important people that are playing such a significant role to help make those Saturday Academies so successful. The mental health clinics, and this is my question, those also very unique, something you're not going to find really in many school districts, none that others that I know of, and that the access to psychiatry through UB. Just wondering if you have any trend data given this school year and the pandemic. You know, I'm, as a mental health professional myself in a school district, I'm experiencing higher intensity, more frequency of social emotional needs, mental health needs. And I'm just wondering if your mental health clinics have any trend data that's showing something similar.
Thanks, Larry. What I can, so for hard data, our due date for input is the end of this month, so I will have some fast data after this month. But what I can say is at our task force meeting on this past Monday, we did discuss trends and what the clinicians are seeing, the psychiatrists were on as well. And really what the reporting, I wouldn't say it's surprising. There's definitely seeing an increase around symptoms of depression and anxiety. And a significant increase in the ability to focus. Some of our older students are even self-diagnosing, you know, things like ADHD, saying I have ADHD. And so a lot going on, and obviously this past couple of years having a tremendous impact. And then on another level, we are also seeing some increased aggressive behavior. So that even though we don't have the hard data, we wanted to take the time to really talk this through and talk about any potential gaps in care. And we brought some people in to also talk about what we can do to come up against it as well.
Very good. Thank you, Amanda.
Thank you again, Mr. Scott. Next person that we have listed is Paulette Woods.
I also want to commend Say Yes for giving our children the opportunity to attend college. That's something that's immeasurably important. But I wanted to ask you, what is your progress since you paid the last dollar for a student going to school? A lot of the poorer students get significant financial aid, so it ends up middle-class family may get a significantly larger payment, and a poor family just get a little payment. Yes. So the question the parents are asking me is kind of an equity question. They have other significant needs that keep them from other expenses for going to school. They need the books. Some of them have transportation. So they have a myriad of other needs. So can you just update me on what other expenses that you have been able to pay for these students who, you know, aren't getting a lot in tuition, but they need, you know, anything from board, transportation, books, etc. What other needs have you been able to finance for them?
Sure. Thank you for the question. You make an excellent point, and we are well aware, and actually we sort of speak to this as there's a lot of students that we work with in the school district who can't afford quote unquote free college. There's just so many other barriers that they have, financial and otherwise, that need to be addressed in order for them to be successful. Two things I'm going to speak to. One is, you know, we've been doing this now for 10 years. We started out with this goal of, can we get scholarships on the table to start sending students to college? And we accomplished that, right? We got there, and now we've been doing it for 10 years. We've been able to see how it's working, who's able to take advantage of the scholarships, how much are we spending each year, getting a better understanding of how much we need to raise so that we can have this forever. And what we've done is we just started about 3 weeks ago convening a committee of our board and staff who work in the scholarships and data department to take a harder look at that data, specifically to look at issues of equity, because we absolutely hear what you're saying, and it's something that we are interested in knowing and addressing as well. What we're going to do is see if there is opportunities for us to make changes that make sense, that would strengthen the offerings. In addition to that, this is something that we'll be able to talk more about when David Rust, our CEO, comes to address you, I believe, next month. But we are looking at, we received a grant from New York State in the amount of $10 million. This is a few years ago. Well, yes, it's still good news. So we received that a few years ago when they announced the Excelsior Scholarship. And when they announced the Excelsior Scholarship, they were sort of like, you know, Buffalo, you guys got it covered. You don't qualify for Excelsior. And we said, well, wait a second, this is all private dollars. We need your help too. So they said, fine, we'll give you $10 million and you cover the scholarships. And so ultimately this is a better deal for Buffalo, because we're able to invest those dollars along with the rest of our endowment and grow that money over time, in addition to handing it out to students. They specifically earmarked those dollars to support our opportunity grant. And that is a grant that goes to students who are receiving within right now $500 of the maximum Pell Award, which means those are the students with the greatest financial needs. It is an award of $1,000 per semester that can be used towards any expenses. Our goal, yes, so that's wonderful. But also, if you work with students, you know, $1,000 is not, in a lot of cases, not enough. So what we are also doing is working with New York State right now to see if we can revise those guidelines, as well as doing a cost study to see if we have the ability to increase both the amount of money that we award each semester to individual students, as well as the number of students that we're able to give that award to. So that's something that we are actively working on as well.
I just want to thank you also for your diversity in the staff, because that gives role models to children and it gives opportunity to work. So thank you.
Thank you again, Mrs. Paulette Woods. The next person that we have listed here is Hope J. Hope J, if you have any questions that you care to ask at this time, the floor is yours.
I have no questions. I just want to echo the same sentiments as my colleagues, how grateful we are to Say Yes. I am personally grateful to Say Yes for assisting me with my children when they went to college, both Say Yes scholars. And you do tremendous work. absolutely tremendous work and makes a difference in so many of our students' lives. So it was very informative. I'm glad to see that you're innovating and you know, rolling with the times here, and that's what we need. So we appreciate you. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hope J. Next person we have is our West Side board member, Jennifer McCoy. Jennifer, you have any questions? The table is yours.
Heard. Yes, obviously, I mean, and I don't want to sound redundant because the accolades are well deserved. So thank you. I also personally thank you for helping my daughters, and it's, you know, just amazing work. I'm curious. The question I have is around, and I've heard it mentioned, and I also know just the schools in my district alone produce the retention of families. When you talk about families who return 2 and 3 times, do you like bring those names, and do you connect with the district on those families that return and keep returning, and try and figure out maybe, and Dr. Cash, I guess this is for our staff as well, how do we take that opportunity of those folks that are continuing to come and just kind of digging in deeper with those families to see whether or not, you know, not just for recruitment purposes for them to bring other people, but especially in a district like my own where there's so many communities who are just pretty much engaged in their own communities. Do we have like workshops or themes that are based around, you know, putting those in leadership or maybe in roles where they're empowered to, you know, connect in larger ways, the families that keep coming, the families that, you know, are participating regularly? I know of families in particular that have been participating for years and years. You're now getting, you know, the cousins and those folks because the others have graduated. So I'm just wondering what type of opportunity we utilize, and maybe we've said it before and I missed it, but I see like leadership development opportunities. I see so many avenues where we can maybe even talk about some of the issues that we work with. You know, maybe those families can help with attendance issues or talk to their communities around that. So just, you know, it doesn't have to be in deep now, but I'm just wondering what type of strategies we might be using, or if there's a thought about putting that together in the future.
Well, just on a small scale within the community schools, you know, the navigators know the families that are coming multiple times. And so we do have leadership roles or opportunities and community service activities that the navigators engage the families, the students in particular with, as well as trying to engage their voice in the kinds of programs and opportunities that they would like to see, whether it be in a community school, Saturday Academy, or Parent Center, or even adult education. And then we also look to determine, again, what are the needs of the families, because you're getting to know them more intimately. And then how do we source out other opportunities through, whether it's in Amanda's department, how do we connect them with scholarship or boys and men of color? So, you know, we've been talking at Say Yes about dosages, because we know that if we can continue to move the families through the continuums within Say Yes, and within things that are happening in the district as well as in the community, that the parents and the students are going to be for the better. And so if we look at a continuum over the course of a 12-month period of time, community schools doesn't stop in the summer. We continue to offer programming and opportunities to engage families. And then how do we get the families linked in with the summer camp program that's happening this summer? How do we connect the families once we return back to after school? So you see the families in school-based, they're participating in after-school activities, Saturday Academy, summer camp, and then what are some other kinds of things that, again, services through Say Yes and other, being able to leverage with other partners and providers that are working with us. Creating those types of ambassador groups is something else that we've been working on with our students and families.
Okay, yeah, and that's great. I guess maybe my question is more along the lines of, when you're talking about how you do this, are you empowering or utilizing those multiple returning families to help bring that to the table? I know the services are definitely there. Are they being encouraged to make sure that they are communicating with folks? Are they given roles, I guess,
Yes.
to be another kind of avenue of a communicator? I don't know, like incentivized, not incentivized, but just uplifting not only their participation, but knowing that they're definitely respected and empowered by both our district and Say Yes. That's kind of where I was going with that. I definitely appreciate your answer, because I know that, you know, all of that needs the how do we do it? How is like the question for any and all things we're doing. And I was just trying to make sure that I put across what I was thinking around like empowering those that are continuing to come.
And we definitely encourage and utilize our families as ambassadors for the work that's happening. That's definite. You know, trying to instill that each one reach one kind of concept, but definitely about empowerment and engagement. And families are also celebrated. Some schools have had celebrations for families based on the number of times that they've come to a community school. Saturday Academy.
Thank you, Mrs. McCoy, if that's any of your questions. And I believe last, if I didn't forget anyone, be Dr. Anne Rivera. Dr. Anne Rivera, you have the floor.
Very much. I just want to echo and support the thank yous, and also just to say I really appreciate the work you're doing in an incredibly challenging time. It's really difficult. It was difficult during the pandemic. You stayed as engaged as you possibly could, and you're continuing that engagement and amplifying it. I really appreciate that work. My only question is one that you may or may not be able to answer, which is, does it look like we're going to get more participation from students who are eligible for Say Yes in applying to colleges and FAFSA completion? Have you seen any changes even at this early date?
I think it's probably too early to understand that. I can actually talk to our folks. I mean, the FAFSA did open, I think it opens October 1st. So I can ask and see for that specific team what they've seen so far. I know we've been I participated in a presentation at Hutch Tech a couple of weeks ago. We've been really focusing on getting the word out right now. And the real one-to-one work really starts in this month in December, and then, you know, really pushes out in January and February next year. But I think that's a great question, and I'll see what I can get to report back to you on that.
If it makes more sense to wait until later as this develops, it's just an area of interest to see, you know, are students continuing to access that opportunity, and has it changed as we're starting to come out of a pandemic?
I will tell you that we are very hopeful, and we're looking for other ways to strengthen our work there. You know, it was interesting because when we first went remote, when the pandemic started, working with those seniors who had started their school year in building and then were forced to go virtual, we actually, in terms of the financial aid advising, it was a very smooth transition to virtual, because a lot of situations require the involvement of a parent to complete some sort of financial documents. And when you're doing the one-to-one work in the school building, the parent's usually not available or not on hand. And so when we were going into students' homes, essentially, the parent was, you know, maybe in another room. And so we actually found it easier in some regard to get some of those financial aid documents completed. So we are not abandoning virtual. We are still keeping that as an offering to supplement what we are doing in person. But we are optimistic that since we will be in building, we'll be better able to get into the faces of students and support them in understanding their questions and addressing those, obviously in partnership with the school counselors who are, you know, doing that great work as well.
Thank you for that. And it's good to hear that you're able to open up some avenues for increased work with families.
Thank you again, Dr. Rivera, for your questions. And I believe that concludes our board members. So I have a couple of questions I'd like to ask myself, but I believe that some of my questions actually goes into the next presentation. So I'll be asking probably someone with Say Yes and someone with Dr. Tanja Williams. First of all, I'd like to congratulate you on 6 years. I know it's been a very challenging year last year and the years before that, pre-pandemic. You know, you guys been doing a wonderful job, and I couldn't imagine this district without the work that David Rust and Dr. Tanya Staples and your team has put together. So I'd like to congratulate you on the work that you have done here and continue on the work that you're doing. If anything that, you know, this district can do to help assist that, you know, Dr. Cash has done a wonderful job of reaching out to you guys and helping us with our needs and helping us with our children and their futures. A couple things I like to say is that I'm big on community. And first, let's start with the dashboard. I love the dashboard. I noticed the board has been asking about the dashboard for a couple of months now, almost a year, about the implement of the dashboard and running into this district. And I am happy to see that we got reports of the dashboard, even going as far as our summer camp enrollment to our mental health clinics and number of visits that our children have, so we can actually have a valid number or assess data compiled to you know, our children's needs and the needs of our buildings and our schools. So that's a great tool that's been developed and that I'm sure this district is going to use along with our administrators of our and our building administrators also and teachers. So thank you again for your work that you have done. A couple of questions that I do have is have to do with supports, and I'm going to concentrate a little bit more on the females at this time. I know Sharon Bell-Common asked a couple of questions about female programs like the Breaking Barriers, which I truly love and been a part of. But these children need help, and the females also need help also, because at this time, from the records we had last year, the police department reported that they're being arrested 3 times more than the young male are at this time. So, and with incidents that's currently happening, you know, in this district with violence, and some current ones that actually happened today, you know, I'd like to see how we can address, you know, further address the issues with the female. I know we asked you a lot, Say Yes program, but how can we support our young women, you know, that's in our classrooms. Also, I'd like to see how we can support mothers. We have single parent mothers, and I know I looked at research around the country, and they have clubs for these mothers. And is it possible we can try to formulate a club, or do we have anything on that level that they can work together and you know, form a fellowship to help one another? Because due to the stresses of poverty, underemployed, having children and trying to raise children, and through the problems we have with education, and you know, at times here in the district, we had virtual learning, and you know, they had to adapt to those situations also. So is anything that we have for the first question is about our single parent mothers or single parents, you know, that's trying to adapt to the situation, and what supports we have lined up for them?
So we have the ParentTeen and Pregnant Teen Drop-In Centers. So our Parent Center Liaisons have been working specifically through their schools and with their the admins in the schools, and identifying students in that particular population of students, as well as students themselves are coming looking for resources and supports, and to be able to be a part of the drop-in center. So the Parent Center Liaisons, they are focusing in on those type of activities. We're also doing our toddler zones are going to be a part of this, as well as other kinds of resources and supports that we could lend, so that we're not having any barriers for our mothers, that whether or not during the school week or even on the weekend, there's opportunities for them to be able to participate.
Okay. Excuse me, Dr. Cash, how can we try to get these notices out to the homes and to the parents? Can any way we can look into try to make sure that our parents in the Buffalo school system know that this program exists, and that they can call into this program to help them through their issues?
Absolutely. We have quite a number of programs actually that are working in this population. Some of my staff have come on now and are prepared to speak to it. But yes, we have a number of communication vehicles that we use. Lou Petrucci and I were talking recently, and he had a good idea that we have so many good things going on that we should chunk the news. We shouldn't put it all out just once a week or once a month or through robocalls only. You get a good story or you get a good program like the ones for this population, for example, then fill it up, make it substantive, and then get that out to all of our constituents and stakeholders. And this might be one that leads off with that. So let me hear what Tanja and others have to say about working with our young women and our mothers in particular. Great point, great question. Dr. Williams.
Thank you. So we actually.
I'm sorry, Dr. Wood, you're going to present next on, I believe, something similar to the same topic on understanding and managing complex emotions. Do you want to wait until there to try to answer that question or now?
No, I can answer it now. If it's pertaining to our Pregnant and Parenting Teens program, the district collaborates with Say Yes on. We actually have a community education leader that specifically works 100% identifying and supporting our young mothers as well as our young fathers that are in our schools. And so, you know, they do things to provide intervention for those parents, but also prevention to make sure and support that, you know, we decrease the number of teenage parents that we have in our schools. So they have like a baby think it over program that they work with the home and careers teachers on, and they do presentations and work very closely with our school counselors and social workers, and I believe with Say Yes in helping to get the referrals to them on who the students are who are in schools. It's a lot easier to identify pregnant mothers than it is to identify young fathers who are about to be fathers. And so, you know, we're working very closely with them on that. With respect to working with the young ladies and mentoring, I know that we have one of our cabinet members that, you know, does a lot of work. She's done a lot of research, you know, in the area of young ladies and educating young ladies and providing supports to them. And, you know, that's Toya Wilson. And so she might be a great resource to work along with Say Yes in identifying some programs specifically designed for our young ladies.
Thank you, Dr. Williams. Also, colleagues, Dr. Akiba Morrell, of course, works with former board members of yours, Dr. Nevergo, for example, Barbara Nevergo, with the Big Sister, Little Sister program initiative, the Uncrowned Queens initiative. Very exciting work that is going on around that. So we'll speak more about it. I just want to let you know that we do have programs, but there's always more that can be done and should be done. And so we look for great partners in this regard. And anyone that wants to continue to partner with us, if you have good ideas of people who want to authentically partner with us around these issues that our young people are facing today, then we're welcome to first listen and then see what's possible.
Yes, thank you, Dr. Cash. As I said at the beginning, I'm big on community, and we have a number of youth leader programs for young ladies here in the city of Buffalo, and we have a number that's reached out to the district or reached out to me that would like to be included with the plans of the district, and possibly we can support them, you know, with our ESSER funds, the ARP funds. So I will work on compiling a list of these programs and hand them into the district, so maybe we can form some partnerships and, you know, work within the elements within our schools. Next question that I have is one thing that you referred to last board meeting, Dr. Cash, and we spoke about previously a couple of times, was having men in schools and fathers. That's a great program, and it'll be very much needed to have some parents in our schools that can help give instruction to our kids and you know, mentor our kids. And I'd like to know if Say Yes have any hands-on in that, you know, possibly working with them in our community schools also. It's very important, you know, to have that type of relationship with our parents and build, you know, better relationship with our children, because our children sometimes are in fear of adults and elders or people who may wear a badge or something like that because of things that happen within the community or things they have seen. So how can we address that?
Yeah, well, I've alluded to it. So we're working on connectors now. Who are the people in the community that want to help with this and get down to business with us on this? Fathers, pastors, community members. We need a bigger boat. We need a bigger boat. And certainly, let's figure out who wants to volunteer and who wants to provide services to help our young people. We have the young people. We have the population and the pool of focused young people who need tier 3 and tier 4 supports right now. And so Dr. Ramona Reynolds, as part of her work, Dr. Cassandra Wright, and others of you who know people, connect us to them, and we'll get going. Pastor Kenny Simmons called me tonight to ask how he can continue to help and how we can broaden his base of Mad Dads, for example. So we're all over this, but again, we need a lot more engagement, especially one-to-one with our young people, young males, young females. And they can do wonders once you build that trust and once you have that consistent check-in and trust and know that you're going to be there for them.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Cash. I just have 2 more quick questions. One question is working with families with separations, to where we have a lot of children that come to our classroom with attitudes. From my time in teaching, we see it all the time, and teachers deal with this issue all the time. Things that happen in the home, to where when parents separate and our children are left in limbo and confused, and they really exhibit sometimes bad behaviors in the school, or they don't participate in class, or they might act out in a certain way pertaining to what age level they're at. Are we capable, or are we working with a program right now to help with those families with separation?
Yes, I'd like to have some of you respond to that. I was just talking today, Tanja and Cassandra, with some of these issues that our kids are facing is because their parents are, not all of it, but some of it has to do with parents going through divorces right now and multi-challenges affecting the household. So certainly I'll start with Say Yes, since they're our guests tonight. If you have any responses around that, are you seeing that issue in your family support specialists, for example, the mental health services? Things like separation affects our young people's mental health. There's no question about it. Trauma is a traumatizing experience for them. How would you respond to Mr. Hurd's question?
Absolutely. For the length of time that I've been with CS and working in school-based services, separation and loss, grief comes not just when you lose a parent to death, but grief comes when you're separated. And so that's part of what we strive toward through our school-based services when it comes to identifying students who need the supports between preventive services or the health home care coordination. It's a layered level of support for students. And it's really based on where the students' needs are at. And we work really closely with the Buffalo Public Schools, the student support teams and their tiered supports, responding to wherever we can to help wrap those students in services. So yep, definitely something we see often, continue to see and continue to try to meet.
Amanda, do you want to speak to the Nurturing Fathers program as well? I think that's also something that would be helpful to talk about here.
Yeah, absolutely. We have Eric Maldonado. He's one of our preventive supervisors, but he also is very heavily involved in the Engaging Fathers Task Force, and he does a lot of work in the Nurturing Fathers Initiative. And so this is part of the programs that we try to wrap around our families, and we have programs that are run. We work really closely with Buffalo Prenatal, Perinatal, and have these courses for dads who they might be required to take parenting classes through the county, or they can sign up independently for these programs. But it focuses on father engagement, and it's very much a support group. They're a big support group to each other. And I actually recently sent, I'm sure that others have seen the video of the dads going to schools, and I sent that to Eric, and I said, I'd love to see something like this. And so I love that you guys are talking about it, and I think that if you need to know who to work with, that's who to work with from Say Yes Buffalo.
Great, thank you.
Thank you, thank you. And the last question is really, really positive because we have very, very talented children here in our district. And I'd like to know, is there anything like in response from Say Yes for a gifted and talented program to recognize these children that's gifted and talented and try, embrace wherever their gifts are, the talent, what their talents may be, and how can we, help support them, as a district also. And they might be in music, might be in art, but they might be in, enlisted in a different program, that doesn't, have singing or dance or anything like that. So how Say Yes, lifting these children up?
I'm going to take that question in a little bit of a different direction. I think where we're really best positioned to support students with special interests beyond the work in the community schools that Mrs. Staples is working on is looking at helping them to leverage their talents and interests when they're in the post-secondary space and beyond. So helping them understand, is there a career potential in their interest area, and then connecting them to professionals in those sectors so that they can develop that interest towards a profession, and then hopefully connecting them to jobs as well. So I would say that's one way to sort of answer that question. And I don't know, Tanya, if you have anything additional to add there?
I was going to defer that to Dave when he came on next week.
Okay. Okay, we'll hold off.
Tanya, that's the way to do it, Tanya. My staff do that to me all the time.
Thank you again, Dr. Tanya Williams, for your report and coming in. Dr. Tanya Staples, Betsy, and for your presentation tonight. And I'll turn it back over to Dr. Cash for the second part.
Okay, colleague, before we go to the second part, I just wanted to thank Tanja and Amanda and Betsy for coming on this evening and for doing what we've said all along. We want to take our children who are so often placed at risk for so many of the issues that they face, and our job is to place them at promise. And you're seeing a lot of the work that's being done to do that. While there's always so much more work to do, and we don't have every single kid pointed in that direction, that is what our aim is. That is what our mission is. Now, I have a question that arose from the Say Yes presentation that I'd like to ask, and then we can move on. When I look at, it's two questions really. When I look at the scholarships and financial aid issue, I see that you work with almost 2,000 kids in just the last year or two. It's 1,650. So if I were to interpolate a little bit over the last 5 years, 6 years, 10 years, 10,000 kids easily, right? And then when I hear this narrative, and there's two narratives that bother me, trouble me, that I hear too often, and they slide off loosely and easily, and yet they're not countered. They're not countered. And then when you don't counter a distortion, the more you hear it, the more people start to think that maybe it's the truth. And so one of the distortions and the narratives that is out there is that our kids graduate. Because I remember when you first came, it was all about graduation rate. You weren't graduating. That's why part of the reason you're here. Graduation rate was 48%, and it was in the 20s for Black males. And for some populations, it was similar or worse. Well, now we're at 76.2% graduation rate, and folks are still pouring hot water on that and say, yeah, well, you either manipulated the numbers or they can't learn. They don't know how to do anything. They can't learn in college. The employers won't hire them. So they're not qualified. So see those big overarching distortions. So I want to ask, say yes, because you're in a unique position to answer this. So when you work with these young people who are either going to college or are in college, and you pointed to your Colin case, who's only in the 5th grade now. How do you see these kids? Are they at promise? Are they talented? Are they smart? Are they capable? Or are they, you know, like the narrative says, not very good, not worth investing in, certainly not worth hiring, not worth admitting to college? Tell me what your experience has been with our young people and how you can help us counter that negative, derogatory narrative about our young people. Because I've heard it from some in the business community and other aspects of the community, but I want to know what you think about it. And Tanya, I'm gonna start with you. I'm not gonna let you defer that to David. What do you see? What do you experience? And how would you assess our young people's capability for post-secondary work and for working in the world of work if companies hire them, if companies give them what they give everybody else, which is support, and they give them a chance, and they have internships for them, and they have opportunities at college to support our young people? They can accomplish anything, and they have. So I want to hear from you, though, because sometimes they become daddy deaf listening to me all the time. How would you say it? And I want to hear from Betsy and Amanda as well, and then we'll move on. Go ahead.
Well, Dr. Cash, I would say definitely the kids within the city of Buffalo are definitely at promise. We have some amazing, amazing young people throughout the Buffalo public school system, from the little babies all the way through to our high school students. And one of the things that I think we have to do a better job is telling our story and telling the story about these kids, and you know, putting the pictures out and putting the narrative and showing how the children are moving through the system and the things that they are doing and the things that they are accomplishing. So kids are doing so much in school. You know, they have musical, arts, cultural talents. They're doing things in their communities that we're also not pulling in and showing that complete profile of the student. You know, who is this child? What is this child doing? They're involved in their churches. They're involved in their communities. They're in boys and girls clubs. They're working jobs and going to school. They're involved with sports. So our kids are doing a lot of different things, but we got to highlight them, and we got to change the narrative in such a way. But then also we have to begin to work with our employers and really help our employers get ready for the children that are coming to them, and begin to have those types of conversations. And it's not always just about the skill set, but it's about the competencies that they're looking for as well in their workforce. And then also, again, the changing of the narrative, changing of the mindset within some of these companies and communities, so that it's not tolerance, you know, really looking at the work and the things that are happening, and changing their policies and their protocols through a DEI or an REI lens. And really ready themselves for our children coming into the world of work or into an educational post-secondary environment.
Yes. So well stated, Tanya. Thank you. Betsy and Amanda, in brief, your observations about our young people.
So they're absolutely to a student at promise. And I don't think you'll find a person in this work who would state otherwise. And I will just briefly share a couple of specific examples. We have a young woman who graduated, has gone on to complete her MSW and her JD, and she is now working at a law firm here in Buffalo. So she is one great example. We also had a visit to our office just last week from a young man, Nicholas Arian, who some of you might remember. He was our original poster child for Say Yes. He was on all of our original materials. He completed his degree at Buffalo State, went on to earn a master's in education at Michigan State, and now has an additional master's in divinity from Duke University, where he works and where he just brought a new mentoring initiative for Black men in academics to Duke University. So we're seeing, not only the potential of these individual young people, but the potential of what they can do for the communities that they are engaged in for the next generation to follow.
Wow. Thank you so much for that. Thank you. Amanda, not least.
And to briefly end on that note, yes, all of our students have so much to offer, and I think that Colin is just one example of the many kids that we work with. And if I could have the whole floor tonight, it could take up weeks. But I think that a lot of what we do in our programs is whole family. And it's, I met with a grandma just this past week to enroll a child in counseling, and she's telling me she doesn't think she can do anything. She's in 8th grade and she doesn't know what high school to go to. And it's changing the narrative in the whole home, making her help her to see the possibilities and help that whole outlook to change and know what they can achieve. And bringing in stories like this, having these mentor-like programs and bringing these things to real life, I think is key. And one of the things I would love to do at some point is work with students who have been through our programs and parents who have been through our programs. This came up earlier and I didn't really answer because we're not quite there, but I'd love to have them be ambassadors, and peer support, parent support, and working with the parent support models that are already out there. So
yeah. So thank you so much, Amanda. So there it is, colleagues. You got it, you hear it, and hell, let's spread the word the right way about our young people. There's 31,000 kids in our district, 31,000, and there's no way you can paint that brush in a negative way. Those are your children, our children, people's cousins, nephews, and so forth. And our job is to make sure they stay at promise and then go into being at aspiration. They now are aspiring and achieving. So yes, there's always going to be extra work and hard work, but those stories don't paint the district. So please help us with that. So Mr. Hurd, I'm ready to transition when you are.
Oh, yes, sir. Once again, thank you, Dr. Tanya Staples, Betsy Barron, and Amanda Paul for your presentation. We appreciate all the work that you're doing in our district, and our kids probably appreciate it more in the family. So thank you, and please keep it up and be a beacon for us and for our community.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And Dr. Cash, I don't want to delay any longer. We have Dr. Tanja Williams up next.
Yeah, well, we're not delaying. This is important work. This is your work. So the transition is this. The second narrative that is out there right now, and again, equally false, it doesn't mean that we're not addressing it, but it's a false narrative. I've heard it as recently as today by people in key positions in our city, and that is that our kids are out of control. Our kids are misbehaving at the level of feral descriptors, all right? And that's what you can expect from the Buffalo Public Schools. So now, what you're gonna see tonight is you're gonna have a dashboard where you will be able to continuously look at data, continuously look at the data that we have and at what we're working with. And it's easy to sensationalize about our young people, but it's much harder to get down and dig into the work and do the work necessary to make sure all of our children succeed. So first, we're going to have Dr. Williams, Dr. Wright, and Dr. Toya Wilson. She's working on that document. Do you guys go first, or are we going to present suspension data first and then talk about what we're doing about it? How do you want to do this?
No, Dr. Cash, we would like to go first to share some narrative
There you go.
to kind of contextualize for our board members what
Yes.
the data is sharing.
Okay, that's what I thought we worked out. And so colleagues, you're going to hear from our very best, and then you're going to hear from some more of our very, very best. And that's all you're going to hear from tonight is our very best. So let's start with the inimitable Dr. Tanja Williams, who leads our Student Support Services Division. She then will be joined by her colleagues, Dr. Cassandra Wright and Ms. Toya Wilson. They have a very powerful set of slides to share with you to put into context some of these behavioral challenges that you've been hearing about and that we've been working with in this first half semester in particular. Keep in mind again, talking about a 31,000 plus school district. We're talking about 250 to 300 kids that we are working with on a regular basis to address some of their challenges. All right, Dr. Williams.
Thank you, Dr. Cash.
Thank you.
Admir, if you could begin the presentation.
I don't know which one.
Just continue.
It's just the next slide after the end of the Say Yes presentation. Okay, and so while he's doing that, I bring greetings to our board chairperson for tonight, Board Member Hurd, the co-chair, Board Member Scott, our board president, Mr. Petrucci, board members, Superintendent Cash, colleagues, family members, caregivers, students, and any concerned citizens who may be watching. My name is Tanja Williams, and I am proudly the Associate Superintendent for Student Support Services. Now, tonight, I just need to take a couple of minutes to talk through what you're going to see. And I need to share some factoids about what you will see. So what you're going to see is myself, along with several of my cabinet colleagues who will be joining me. And we will be sharing a very thorough and a very comprehensive presentation, which is going to discuss how our district collectively works with our partners, our families, and with one another as we're working to understand and manage a range of very complex emotions that we're seeing during this unprecedented time. We're navigating our way out of a global pandemic that I don't think any of us has lived through. And we're doing that at the same time that we're navigating through social unrest and exposure to community violence that, again, many of us have not seen at these levels. And so, as you all know, it's not just happening in the city of Buffalo. These are things that are happening nationally. We can look at a concert that happened this past weekend. You know, there are things that are in the news every single day which discuss complex emotions that our nation and especially our young people are grappling with. And the thing about it is that there really is no playbook for how to manage these emotions. And so, you know, what we are doing is we're going to the research, we're speaking with colleagues in other urban districts, you know, we're looking for best practices and we're implementing them swiftly and methodically. And so, you know, it did my heart well to hear Dr. Cash and the staff from Say Yes talk about what they see as far as kids at promise. I do believe that, you know, our community has to get better at celebrating the brilliance that our children bring to the table, because they do. But at the same time, there are many that life has continued throughout this pandemic. And so things like exposure to or mental health incidences are happening. Children continue to experience homelessness, even during this difficult time. Pregnancy, foster care placements, child protective services being called, high rates of COVID continuing to happen in our community. Some families continuing to experience fear to COVID and encountering it. And so it's brought about continued isolation. Some of our children have experienced loss to this virus of family members, neighbors, friends, and then just lost in general. So they're dealing with grief and fear and anger. And, you know, we're at a time where our young people are exposed to so much social media. It's like 24/7, have it your way. You can get almost anything. And that is not necessarily always a good thing. And finally, our children are exposed to community violence. And that's a lot. That's a lot. And some of these things, all of these things can't help but to overflow into some of our school days. And again, it is not just Buffalo, but I believe that school districts nationally, especially in urban and poor rural districts, but even in our affluent suburban districts and in private schools, we're grappling. We're grappling with managing complex emotions. So while we know, what we know as educators is that we do shoulder a significant responsibility in helping our young people to understand, process, and heal from the momentous events over these last 21 months or so. We know that, and we embrace that. And I believe that we have a cabinet, we have principals, we have assistant principals, we have a team that is built for this work. We are all committed to ensuring that none of our children get left behind. So what I'm asking during this presentation is that in this moment and space, we all model grace, patience, compassion, as we all work to adjust and embrace this new reality that we find ourselves in. Our superintendent, Dr. Cash, works hard with his leadership team. We're not always easy, but he worked hard with us to keep us focused on 4 cornerstone facets that this board supports. And those are access, equity, opportunity, and quality. And you all know better than most that the work is not easy. It's not easy for the parents. It's not easy for you. And so we're all working collectively to ensure that at the school levels, that's the work of student support. Student support is always going to be a challenge because we focus on the most needy populations of children. So it will always be a challenge. We embrace it, but we work really hard to make sure that where the rubber hits the road in our schools, that there are few to no gaps. And if there should be a gap, my expectation is that we are doing everything that we can to swiftly fill that gap. So it's not perfect. It's not perfect, but we work hard every day, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. I'm accessible, and so is my team. So what you're going to see tonight is going to be a collective presentation. It's going to come from myself, from several of my colleagues, and it's deliberate on how we work together to address the needs of our children and families. So with that being said, Mayor, if you can go to the next slide. This is a visual of how the presentation for tonight will roll out. You've already heard from our community partners. Say yes. You're now going to hear from me on some of our district-initiated supports. You will then hear from Ms. Toya Wilson because we're drilling down. We started with our community partners. We are going to the district. You're going to hear from Ms. Toya Wilson on what she sees actually happening in our schools. She's in our schools every day, as are the other associate superintendents of school leadership. You will hear from them what social emotional supports they're witnessing every day, what they're hearing on the front lines. And then you're going to hear from Dr. Cassandra Wright, and she's going to share for that very top level of student with really high intense needs, some of the things that she's doing in her role. And finally, you will hear from Ebony Bullock, who's going to share our data And it will share, I think, it will share how the narrative that you've heard from all of us aligns with what the data is saying. Next slide, please. So I have here for you kind of a pictograph of some of the district-initiated supports that we have and that are initiated under many of our departments. So it's not just student support. As you hear me talk through them, you're going to hear me mention several different departments and divisions that I work collectively with to address the needs of our students. So at the very top in that first circular bubble, you see inside of it, it states, addressing the range of needs of students and other members of the learning community. This is critical. And so what we knew we needed to do was to have a tool that would measure specifically where our students are socially and emotionally. So we measure academic achievement all the time. We benchmark data, we go back to the drawing board, we modify how instruction happens in order to ensure that we're meeting the needs of our students. Socially and emotionally, we needed to do the very same thing, especially at this time. And so our team is working very closely with Anne Botticelli's team and special education specifically to identify a tool that's going to be culturally responsive and developmental. So one tool, it couldn't be a one-size-fits-all because we cannot possibly test and ask questions of children who may be in first grade, the same questions that we would ask of children who may be in 11th or 12th grade. And so we needed a tool that's going to be developmental in nature. We're just about there. And so I anticipate that within the next few weeks, we're going to have a tool that we can measure where our students are, all of our children, socially and emotionally, and it will allow our school counselors and our social workers to do the very same things that the academic team does, to get that data, to take a look at it, to know who we need to target, what supports are needed, and to continuously measure throughout the year how we're progressing. So I'm really excited about that. Through our ESSER funds, you know, there's been money that's been set aside to support that we're able to do that. The YRBS, the Youth at Risk Behavior Survey, is something that is developed by the CDC. You all are aware of it. This is that year where we again survey our children who are in grades 6 through 12. And the good thing about it for this year is that we're going to be able to compare 2 years ago when children took the test right before COVID hit. Now, well, we're still in the throes of COVID, and we'll be able to compare, you know, where things were then and, you know, how things are going now. Our director of social emotional wellness, Mai Wen, has been out and training our principals so that they're aware for their schools what the 2019 survey results discussed. Where were the highs, where were the lows, specifically for their schools. She's also working with our wellness team to make sure that our community partners know, you know, if you're working in a school, you should know where the needs are in that school. So we are ramping up now to start for our 2021. At the same time that she's training on the 2019 results, we're ramping up to start our 2021 surveying of students. We still are continuing with our collective cafe. I know one of the questions that was asked a couple of board meetings ago was, what are we doing for our parents? You know, what's going on for our parents and what's going on for our staff? And so we are running small group supports, Mai Wen, under her leadership, for teachers. This is a challenging time for some of our staff. And so we wanted to create a safe space, sometimes before school, sometimes after school, where they are able to talk about things that they're experiencing during this time, sometimes personal, sometimes professional, and where it's facilitated by someone who's trained to respond to some of the concerns that they share. So it's kind of a circle time for staff. Parents are also able to participate. And so the ideal circle group size would be about 12 to 15 folks. And really, it's just a safe space for them to share with one another some of the things that they are experiencing. So moving to the next bubble of providing ongoing culturally relevant professional development. The common thread, I won't read through all of the professional development trainings that Student Support Services is involved in. You can read that. But the common essential questions, or the common thread for each of them, that we want to make sure that we're answering affirmatively is, am I safe? Yes, you are safe. And what can I do to maintain my safety? And so in every training that we're participating in, these are the areas that we focus on with staff, whether it's with inner high and our student leaders, if it's with parent leaders. Those are the two essential questions that's a common thread in the trainings that we're providing. We support trainings that are led by other divisions, such as the CLRI trainings that are run by Dr. Morrell. Several of my staff have been trained by her to support and go out and do train the trainings. With Jamie Warren, with Human Resources, we work with them to come in and train her staff. And so, it really is a collective effort. With respect to implementing the tiers of student support services, you all are pretty familiar with the triangles that exist in all of our schools. And you know that the green triangle, the green section means that it's universal. There's supports that we provide for all of our children, whether it is from mask wearing for all of our children, signages through the buildings, whatever it is that is happening in all buildings, positive messages, character counts, those kinds of things that are done for all of our students. And in most cases, it provides a great support for the children. But in some of our cases, some of our children need a little more. Even though we're doing these things for all children, we're doing, providing SST support to any student that needs it. But there are some children that present with a need to move a little higher, and that takes us into our yellow zone. And so we do things within that area, like the check-in, check-out, small group counseling. You're going to hear a little more about that from one of my colleagues, some of the specifics on what they're seeing. And then even with those supports, there are some students that rise to a level 3, and we call that our tertiary level. And in the past, that was pretty much the highest level of need that students were presenting at. And we were able at that level to utilize the mental health clinics that Say Yes talked about, that they provide. If we needed to refer students to supports outside of the district for evaluations, if they needed crisis team support, it would have been at that level. I will share with you, you're going to hear today, we've had to expand from that level up to a tier 4 level. And my colleague, Dr. Wright, is going to talk about, what that entails, what happens at that level. And so in all of our schools, all of our counselors, all of our social workers, all of our school psychologists know and understand the 3 levels. All of our attendance teachers know how to intervene at that tier 1, tier 2, and tier 3 level. I've listed for you in the 4th bubble some of our partners. Some of our partners are newer to the table with us, and we are really excited to welcome them. I believe Dr. Cash mentioned earlier, Pastor Simmons has become a very strong partner. And, I heard Board Member Hurd ask a question about, when parents separate, what kinds of supports do we have? Our counselors are trained in a banana splits group, but we have some men that stand in the gap for students who may have, experienced, whether it's fatherlessness or, separation or divorce. And the Mad Dads is one of those groups that does that work. This year, we are also working closely with the Erie County District Attorney's Office. I got involved with that along with Dr. Wright through Chairman Larry Scott and Co-Chair Hope J, and we meet regularly, and we're talking about some serious issues. Children who have experienced not just exposure to gun violence, but have actually been shot, and how we are supporting these children and their families. And sometimes it's academic, and sometimes it's about trying to help them to move to a different neighborhood. So there's a whole range of supports that we talk about and that we are implementing and that we are supporting these children with, wrapping our arms around them. We have 5 schools this year that the Community Foundation is funding the Erie County Restorative Justice Project to not only talk about and train staff on restorative justice, but to take it to the next step and ensure that implementation plans are created for these 5 schools and that support is provided to make sure that it's being implemented with fidelity. And so those schools are East Community, Burgard, Alternative School number 131, Lydia T. Wright, and the Charles Drew Science Magnet School. And so there are a host of other partners that you see. The Erie County Department of Health is working with us to ensure that we are offering vaccinations during the school day, at sporting events. We did an MBK clinic. And now we're ramping up this Saturday at school number 74. This will make you happy, Board Member Cotman. At school number 74, we will be vaccinating those babies from 5 to 11 years old that are able to be vaccinated, or that parents consent for them to be vaccinated. So they have been partners at the table. Our medical director team meets with us weekly, sometimes 2 and 3 times a week, to provide us with guidance on what we need to do as far as testing protocols, masking protocols, signage, health screeners, scanners, all of that. They really help to guide the work that we're doing. And finally, we, at the start of the year and over the summer, implemented a social emotional learning curriculum. We worked with Dr. Morell's team to make sure that it was culturally and linguistically responsive to the needs of our children. We offered it to all children in grades K through 12, and we received awesome feedback. The teachers were appreciative. We do circle times. We've continued to do circle times in the mornings because that relationship piece is huge. Establishing relationships for the adults with our children is huge. And so this is kind of a quick overview, but it's a lot of work that's happening in the Division of Student Support Services and how we're working with schools on a multi-tiered framework for our students. And so at this time, I'm going to turn things over to my colleague, Toya Wilson, who's going to talk about boots on the ground, what she's seeing in schools as far as student supports. Thank you.
Good evening. Next slide, please. Oh, go back one. Oh, there you go. Good evening, board members. Good evening, Dr. Cash, colleagues. Tonight, I'm going to be digging into sharing some of the examples of strategies that will be found pre-K-12 to support all of our students as they navigate this new normal while still also dealing with the difficulties of the pandemic. What I want you to notice is how much you hear words like relationships, student voice, community, school-wide systems. The reason why I want you to focus in on those keywords is because research says that the best way to support students who are dealing with challenging situations is to make connections in those areas. So I just want you to take notice. I'm going to dig into several strategies here, starting with comprehensive advisory programs. This is a strategy that is grade specific, and it is small groups designed to build relationships, peer to peer, and with students to adults. This is a time that school counselors may join in, and there is social emotional curriculum and current issues that can be addressed. Schools have used advisory to unpack situations that may have happened recently, such as things that may have happened at dismissal from the previous day. For example, this was a strategy that was used at MST to support students after an incident at dismissal. The students unpacked their feelings and they began the healing process they needed to get back to that feeling of community. Targeted incentives, PBIS, which is Positive Behavior Interventions and Supports. This is a school-wide system. Here, schools use daily, weekly, and monthly incentive opportunities to celebrate student success. Students' voice is used to identify rewards. Expectations of behaviors are explicitly taught and displayed and really at the center of all of this work. It is an opportunity for schools to pair school core values with positive student behavior. What you might see as an example as students learning or earning dojo points, certificates, or having an invite to a student-developed event. You heard this mentioned, check in, check out. It's a huge strategy. It is a goal-setting strategy that is specifically designed to meet the needs of each student. Students check in first thing in the morning and they review their goals. Teachers provide feedback throughout the day. And then the student meets again with their check-in, check-out mentor at the end of the day to assess their goals. So it's always a focus on looking at improving and setting goals and really looking at the positive behaviors. Students earn incentives based on their progress towards goals. And this information is also communicated with parents so they can also see their students' success. Getting to know you initiative. This may also be called All About Me. What you will see here is students complete activities about themselves, and then these are posted in hallways or in classes. You'll also see this expanded to the adults because it's important to build those relationships and everyone get to know each other. So this is another way to make connections. Again, build those relationships peer to peer and staff to staff, students to staff, all kinds of connections. Positive spotlight or shout outs. You see this used pretty regularly. Now you'll see the range of activities. Some are big and some are small, but they all matter. This is one that matters a lot to students. Students are announced on the PA system or over social media for exhibiting character traits of the day or showing improvements. I've even seen schools do shout outs about the number of assignments that are being completed and someone who was a superstar who really improved and they had a highlight of that student. Scanned for Success, also known as the color code lanyard system, and you'll see this play out in many of the high schools. This strategy promotes positive behaviors in school. For example, every Friday, students may be chosen from the scan list and receive a $5 gift card to the school store. Students are scanned into the building to promote positive relationships, responsibility, pride in grade level, because the lanyards are set up by grade level in in different colors, and organized in a way that they support school organization in the hallways, at lunches, arrivals, and dismissals. So it's another way to show school pride, but also help everyone in managing some of the challenging situations that might happen at different times. Student-led grade level orientations. This is an opportunity for leadership, and we know that every time you pull in leadership for our students, it helps to amplify their voice. And this is a way that happens repeatedly. You'll see students actually leading grade level meetings or even school-wide meetings at times when the school is able to have a town hall. Students, families, and staff surveys. This strategy involves the use of online platforms to collect feedback and provide stakeholders with input. So this is input from students and from families. So you hear voice coming from multiple levels here. Staff connections. This is a strategy where every student is connected to an adult to ensure that there is a person that has connected with each student and their families. These contacts are entered into our district information system, and currently there are 5,636 pages, not contacts, pages of data in our system that outlines this information district-wide. Morning circles with the student support team. This is similar to restorative circles. The school psychologist, the social worker, and the counselor work as a team to support that first check-in of the day, which we know is critical to helping students get a healthy and good start to the day. SST, referral supports for parents. This is another way, an extension to connect with parents. Many schools use a link that is set up for parents to complete and request support. So they may be struggling with something at home as they're helping their students with homework, and this is another way for them to reach out. This provides that continued connection for parents and families. Restorative circles and community building circles embedded into the day. This allows for the thought of the day or focus on a current issue. This is the time for students to process their thoughts and feelings. This strategy helps students build relationships with peers and adults to restore the community. For example, this is scheduled as part of a lunch in some schools or at the beginning of a day. Next slide, please. You've heard Erie County Restorative Justice Coalition in schools with Dr. Williams' presentation, but I'm hoping that you have seen all the connections to what she presented. And I must say that we just had 2 principal meetings this week, elementary and high school. They were principal and assistant principals meetings, and the Erie County Restorative Justice Coalition presented at our principals meetings. And they have on occasion been at our meetings, and we're hoping to continue to bring them back so that it's a repeated event to help continue to grow in that area. The ECRJC provides the Juvenile Justice Works program, in which they look at disproportionate suspension data to develop a multi-year plan with schools to implement a restorative environment. They currently work closely with 5 Buffalo public schools, but they have also expanded, as I said earlier, to work with all leaders in Buffalo public schools to support the focus, or to provide a focus on repairing harm and building relationships and community. The second step in social emotional lens. This is a pre-K through 8 character education program designed to provide curriculum for character attributes that we want to see in our students and grow in our students. Character Counts is found in many schools. This is a pre-K through 12 program. It's currently in several schools. The program focuses on trustworthiness, respect, responsibility, fairness, caring, and citizenship. Each pillar helps to build a safe environment for students and the community. Counseling services through the community agencies. So you've heard that connection to Say Yes. Agencies such as Say Yes and the Sisters Hospital Clinic are examples of some of the agencies that offer counseling to our students and families to provide an extension of the social emotional support that's offered by school staff. We continue to try to wrap around our students, and we have many agencies that work with us. After school and club activities. This is another opportunity to build relationships. We have found that clubs have significantly increased the number of students who are choosing to participate. So, for example, this is all driven by student voice. The clubs are driven by student voice, and you'll find examples of K-pop clubs, GSA, yearbook, outdoor clubs, newspapers, and arts clubs, and many, many more. We know that when students are connected to school, there are more positive relationships that they build, and then they have more positive interactions at school. Community School Saturdays Academies. We currently have 24 community schools, with Burgard and Mikowski, as you heard, being the newest. This is a cross-section of community agencies and school support staff providing engaging opportunities to the community surrounding each community school. And we try to all get out to them. There are always amazing things happening at these events, and you see the connection to the entire neighborhood. CLRI, example, themed months. So schools identify a theme of the month, for example, a focus on equity. The CLRI lessons are embedded in the curriculum and are used throughout the school year. And you're going to hear a little bit more about this today, but this helps to drive all of these different strategies, which is the data dashboard. It's a look into grades, attendance, suspensions, graduation tracking, you name it, data from every angle. You will hear more about this later, but the school data that is used to drive all of the work around these activities is pulled right from that data dashboard. And it's important that our principals, our school leaders have this data right at their fingertips, and they use it on a daily basis to make decisions and to come up with different strategies and things to support students. Now, I said this is just a list of examples, and we want to continue to give you more of that narrative of the positive things that are really going on in our schools to help our students as they navigate, as we said, this new normal. I think of two of my favorite quotes when I really make this connection here with this work. And we have been really, this has been a new normal for all of us. The trauma and experience that we've all faced is a challenge that many of us would have never guessed that we would be living today, right? But what I see in our BPS schools is that our schools are focused on consistent and persistent support for our students as they work through this challenging time. So it makes me think about that. My favorite quote, one of my favorite quotes from Frederick Douglass: without struggle, there is no progress. We will not stop. We will continue to chip away at this. We will continue to look at research. We will continue to seek out strategies, and we will continue to focus on that progress. And then I transition my thinking to another one of my favorites, which is, it is easier to build strong children than to repair broken men. Together in this community, what I see happening is our schools are focused on building strong children and really putting that strength in place for them so they have that foundation. If we continue this focus as a community, the Buffalo community as a whole, and we continue to face this challenge, I believe that we will have those strong children going forward in the future. So I'm going to transition right now to my colleague, Dr. Cassandra Wright, who's going to talk to you about an extension of strategies.
Thank you, Toya. Good evening, everyone. And Mayor, could you go to the next slide, please? So Toya, I'm with you. I absolutely believe that together we will build strong children who will in turn become strong, contributing members of our society. I think that right now I should absolutely announce my bias. I am so proud to work on the superintendent's cabinet for the Board of Education. There is no place I would rather be. We have heard over and over and over again what we are doing collectively in partnerships with strong entities like Say Yes in order to provide wraparound support for our children. Although you've heard quite a bit, I have to tell you, Tanya didn't tell you everything. There's so much more. Toya did not tell you everything. There is so much more. And with all that being said, there is still a very small population of children for whom all of those supports are not making a difference. So we have children who are beyond Tier 3. With our children, all of them, it's about access, equity, opportunity, quality. We haven't turned our backs on children because they're responding to triggers and stresses in ways that are sometimes surreal. What we have done is to make sure that we go beyond Tier 3 and provide supports that are more directly related to what they need, this tiny group of children need in order to stop the chaos that's going on in their minds and in their lives. But before I go into detail with my slides, it's absolutely necessary to build a foundation for what we are seeing in the city of Buffalo. We are a district that prides itself in the emancipation curriculum that was ignited by Dr. Cash and impeccably led by Dr. Morrell. And BPS, what we do, we evaluate the world around us to understand its inextricable connection to the microcosm of school. So there's a national and regional context for what's going on in the city of Buffalo. When we're talking about my children, so I want to be clear that like any mother who is referring to their children, they see hope, promise, aspiration. Despite the fact they may be doing things that are violent, that violate our social mores, and create hazards to themselves and others. That being said, they still deserve access, equity, opportunity, quality in a way that is designed just for them. So we know that criminologists see that the nation, not just Buffalo, the nation is in the grip of a general spike of violence, probably due to the pandemic. The best guess is that those trends are trickling down exorbitantly and tragically to our K-12 students. When you have children who are witnessing time and time again disruptive and violent behavior, you have to expect that they're going to replicate that. For our purposes, let's just consider what happened to our children and their families starting March 13th, 2020. Buffalo Public Schools, Dr. Cash, alongside the Board of Education, made an announcement that we would have to close our doors and children would need to learn from home. We were afraid for their lives. March 13th, 2020, Breonna Taylor was shot and killed in her home. May 25th, 2020, George Floyd was gunned down. Black Lives Matter. Millions of people nationally and around the world engaged in, listen to this, peaceful protest. But what the children and families saw over and over and over again was a barrage of negative images wherein adults were engaging in violent behavior. We saw that here, downtown in the city of Buffalo. There weren't many images of the peaceful protests, but what people, our children, saw over and over and over again without the context of an organized and structured Socratic circle to discuss what they were seeing. They were just seeing violence and not understanding it. And those images can't help but penetrate a soul. January 6th, we all know what happened then. Our White House was attacked. People were murdered. Our children saw that. They're seeing what you should do when you don't like something. They're not seeing sitting down, having an educative debate. They're saying, let's get together in masses and storm places. That's how we get what we want. That's part of how they were educated. They saw fights in airports. They saw fights in airplanes. Did you all see what happened at the concert recently? No one has been immune to this. Rural districts, suburban districts, urban districts, our neighboring districts. just pause on that alone. People with the deepest resources were committing suicide. We're in desperate need of psychiatric care. Consider our children, many of whom live in abject poverty. And Dr. Burrell, they live in racism and the intergenerational trauma that it causes. Dr. Williams, McKinney-Vento, those numbers have gone up. And board members and anyone who may be listening, we can't tell you the number of CPS calls that are being made because of physical, sexual, psychological abuse of children by people that are supposed to love and protect them. We're seeing an increase in depression, anxiety, hopelessness. Team, our children were socialized by the pandemic and other surreal circumstances. Dr. Cash, seeing this, tasked us to intentionally and sensitively create systems and evaluate supports for children who are motivated by hurt and rage, or who may respond to triggers in ways that are extreme and unusual. These are our beyond Tier 3 children. And I want to talk to you about the protocols, interventions, and supports that we rapidly put into place for them. Our children are living in a twindemic. And I have to tell you, the vast majority of them, the vast majority of 31,000 children are growing and prospering. They are. Less than 1%, literally 272 students, for a total of 285 long-term suspensions, are deeply and tragically struggling beyond Tier 3 category. Who are these kids? They tend to be our 9th through 12th graders. They tend to be housed in about 7 of our schools. And listen to this, most of them are bright, and most of them historically have not had significant issues. That part is critical because I have to tell you, like I said, these are my babies. I get enraged by the narrative that I hear out there concerning our children, my babies, who are simply responding in a way that they have witnessed time and time again, adults responding. And then to add insult to injury, we have certain community leaders who would like to just sit on the sideline and hurl their scorner's stone. But under Dr. Cash's leadership, we have taken an absolutely sensitive and proactive approach to head-on engage with our children who are quite intense in ways that do not criminalize them, but mitigate the crisis situations that they are in and that they are causing. In order for us to do this, he first tasked me to make sure that there were clear communication protocols. These Communication protocols must be recursive, reiterative, comprehensive, yet concise. So in a day, we may get 5 crisis situations. 5 is 5 too many. But let's be clear. When we have over 31,000 children and we have single number incidences that we have to address, you let the community know that our children are not out of control. Our children are hurting, and they're only responding to that hurt in the way that, yes, it's unacceptable. It's just what they know for now. Because of the level of crisis that our children are in, we've set up protocols with Group A, B, and C. Our principals inform their associates about issues that may be going on in the schools. So any other year, children engage in some physical resolutions for their conflicts. Now this year though, what we're noticing that is that brush up during the school day, it doesn't satisfy their resolution. So they'll go to class and then meet up after school. So now what people are seeing though are 4 or 5 kids, generally speaking, brushing up, but 50 to 75 children watching. So please let people know there aren't 100 children fighting. What we see, unfortunately, I'm not condoning. We're seeing 2, 3, and 4 children fighting, but 50 spectators, kids doing what kids do. Principals inform their associates inform Fred and I inform key cabinet members. When those issues arise to a level where in the greater community needs to be notified, Dr. Cash, along with Elena, create a communication that goes out to board members and cabinets so that everyone is always kept in the loop about what's going on so that we can be preventative and proactive. We quickly realized that as BPS, we could not do this ourselves. So Dr. Cash's blessings, I reached out to Buffalo Police and the Niagara Frontier Transportation, NFTA. I cannot praise Chief Young, Lieutenant Craig, Chief Gast, Captain Holliday enough for how well they have been working with us, utilizing a model that respects our children as children. There are times when a child may need an escalated approach and you find them in the backseat of a car. But I have to tell you, what ends up happening is that those officers drive those children home, sit down, have a conversation with their parents. If we all can work together, Buffalo Public Schools, school resource officers, NFTA, I know the community can come out and support sensitively. We also want to work closely with our legal teams, the police and the NFTA officers, so that we can rebuild a relationship between law enforcement and students. We are planning sophomore and freshman orientations by NFTA detectives. SROs are in our schools, chatting with the kids, checking up on them, making home visits. We've even, as Dr. Williams said earlier, developed a relationship with the DA's office, who we are now extending it to the probation office, officers so that collectively we can work to maintain positive relationships with children who are behaving in amazingly disappointing ways. I'm really proud of how we embrace our children, all of them, through access, equity, opportunity, and quality. I don't want to hear out there that people want our children arrested and jailed. I don't want to hear it. What I want to hear is, what are we going to do to eradicate unjust systems? What are we going to do to eradicate racism? What are we going to do to eradicate bigotry, homophobism? Let's talk about those things, because those are the issues that are driving many of our children to behave the way that they are. The Buffalo Police, commissioned by Commissioner Lockwood and Mayor Brown, are creating more patrols around our highly active schools. They have promised 2 units at Fountain Plaza to create a crowd calming presence. So I want you to be very attentive to the way that I'm talking about our officers of the law and how they're interacting with our students. They are not policing them, they are guiding them. In response to some of the congestion that we've seen at Fountain Plaza, we've staggered dismissals. David Hills worked very closely with his downtown principals to create a dismissal structure that will lessen the congestion. Please don't forget, the systems are down there. There's a lot of construction going on. And so those issues have had an impact as well with the congestion. But after speaking with NFTA, they increased the amount of cars so that our kids wouldn't be standing around. They would be able to get on the trains and then go home. And to date, that dismissal process has been working quite nicely. I have to give a shout out to the downtown principals. So to Mrs. Marcacho, to Mrs. Stokes, to Mrs. Shuda. Those wonderful women have been absolutely powerfully and lovingly vigilant about our children. Thank you.
Ms. Bullock.
Pardon me?
Ms. Bullock, if you could get in there and I gotta go wipe my tears. These ladies were fabulous, outstanding. They see our children. They love our children. Ms. Bullock, go right into the dashboard so that we can get the board engaged in the discussion after you present the dashboard, and particularly focusing back on suspensions for this session.
Absolutely. So Admir is going to take the presentation down and put it in the hands of my wonderful and extremely competent Assistant Superintendent, Laura Samolsky-Peters, who's going to be driving a dashboard. But while we're doing that, colleagues, if we can just take a deep breath. We specifically position the data after the context, because I want to be sure that while I'm giving you the data, that it is mediated through those lenses, that you understand, that you bring back what Dr. Williams said, that we're viewing the data through the lens of compassion and understanding exactly where we are, where we were when we left in person in March of 2020 and where we are now. We've been slow, we've been intentional with rolling out the dashboard, and we've been, purposefully putting that context before you see the data. So you know what the story is before you see the data. So Laura, let's go to the landing page. And what you're gonna see here is, we're gonna bring you to our landing page. What I want you to know is that when you go to the dashboard is going to be based on roles. And so this is a role, this is a view of what a principal or a teacher might see. And as you see, there's various buttons here. Laura's going to go into a couple buttons, and then we're going to dip back and drill deeply into suspensions. Okay? Laura, are you ready? Oh, Admir, do you want to mute your mic because we can hear you? Okay, go ahead, Laura. You're muted, sweetheart.
What you see right here is the landing page that all of our administrators see when they log into the dashboard. So this would be our central office administrators, our building principals. Everything in the dashboard is built off of role level security. So the teachers also see these buttons, but the data behind it is different based on who they teach. They only see the data for their students. So we're going to go into a couple of these different buttons. I'm going to start off with enrollment. I click on the enrollment button. It will take me to our district enrollment page. And I'm going to close this side just so you can see it a little bit bigger. So in all of our views, we have a district view and then we go to a school view. This is a district view of enrollment. You can see all of our schools listed right here in the middle. And you can see their total enrollment listed on the end. We also have these buttons up here that tell us our total enrollment, our students, non-census, census, and we have some filters that you can use to filter some of these views if you would like. We also have a enrollment by grade. And then in all of our views, you will see that we have subgroup breakdowns. So we have our enrollment by ENL status, special education status, economically disadvantaged, gender, and race and ethnicity. Then if I wanted to go into a school view, I could see the same information, but for the school, we have a grade breakdown. We have the same subgroup grade breakdown, and this happens to be a high school, so they also have a cohort breakdown, so they can see how many students are enrolled in each of their cohorts. So I will return to my landing page and jump into in our attendance view, which we're going to look at later. We have some different categories that we can look at. I'm not going to open these right now. We're going to talk about that later in the evening. But I'm going to go and look at this grades button over here. This is a new feature that we've built into the dashboards that the principals are very excited about. So in this view, and I'll make it a little bigger for you, we have the ability to see in real time what grades have been entered for our Q1 progress reports, so the 5-week reports. And then in a couple of weeks, when our final grades are in for Q1, there will be a button here that will allow us to see a high-level overview of all of the grades that have been entered for the quarter. So this is at a district-level view, but you can see that I have the count of grades by all of our grade levels. I could drill down into content areas and see what the grades look like by content area. And I can also drill down to a specific teacher and see what that teacher's grades look like, how many students they had at each level. This view over here is exactly the same, except it gives me a percent instead of a number of students, but it works the same way. I can drill right down to a teacher level, see what I can actually go down to a course. If I click again, I can see the course that teacher teaches and how the students in that course performed based on their progress report. If I look down below, we also have a count by cohort. So for the high schools specifically, if they want to see how students are doing based on their cohort, they have that view here. And then down on the bottom, I have a score distribution graphic. It shows me the percent of students who are receiving a C or higher, which we are calling proficient. So a C or higher is in green, orange is a D, and then red would be students who received a failing grade on their progress report. And for this one, I also have some filters on the side. So if I really only wanted to look at, say, my special education children, I could use this filter here to select my special ed students. And then it would change all of these numbers and graphics to only show the special education students. Again, this is a high-level view based on just the district, but of course we have the ability to look at each individual school. So if I were the principal of, say, School 30, I could choose that school and I could do all of that same drilling down into my specific data. So I'll go back to my landing page, and we're going to take a quick look at graduation tracker. This is a very exciting view that we worked very hard on with Mrs. Wilson and Mr. Hills. So as you know, we do want to know where our students are on the path to graduation. So right here I have, and it's a little overwhelming and small at first, but I'll take you through what each of these things mean. This is for our cohort 2018. These are the students who are scheduled to graduate this June. So in June of 2020. I have in this gray bar right here, the number and percent of all of the students that are in each of these different colored graphics, and I'll explain what they are in a minute. And under here, I can see each school that contributes to our graduation rate and where their number of students fall on this graphic. So I'm going to start with purple. Purple shows me the number and percent of our students in that cohort who have already met their graduation requirement. Right now, we have 1.2% of our students in cohort 2018 who have met their graduation requirement and would be eligible for graduation. When I move down to the dark blue, this is the percent of students who have 17 plus credits and 3 passing Regents exams. So right now for this cohort, that's 68% of our students. If I move down to the light blue, that is students who are have 17 plus credits. Moving down to the dark green, 16 credits and 3 passing Regents exams, and that is 71% of our cohort. Moving down to the lighter green, that's 16 credits only, doesn't factor in the Regents exams, that's 72% of our cohort. The yellow is 3 passing Regents exams, and doesn't take the credits into account, that's 84% of our cohort. Pink are students who need additional support. They only have 11 through 16 credits, and that's 11% of our cohort. And then this lighter, a little bit darker of a red, students with 5.5 to 11 credits, that's 8%. And then the intensive category are students with less than 5.5 credits, and that's 10% of our cohort. This is our high-level district view, but we also have a school view, and I'm going to take you into one specific school. This happens to be Olmsted 156. I can see their overall path to graduation for cohort 2019, and there's a reason why I chose this school in this cohort. You'll see it in a minute. So the reason I did this though is because when I go into a specific school view, I can see a list of every student in that cohort and where they fall on this continuum. And I chose this cohort because there's a young lady in this cohort named Brooklyn Bullock. She's the daughter of my colleague Ebony Bullock, who gave me permission to show her daughter's information during this presentation. And the reason we wanted to choose Brooklyn is because I can see where she falls on the continuum. But if I were her principal and I really wanted to dig deep into Brooklyn and everything about Brooklyn, I could click this little button next to her name, and it will take me into her student profile page, which will give me any information I could possibly want about Miss Brooklyn. So when I'm looking at this, I have all of Brooklyn's demographic information in the first box. When I scroll down, I can see any enrollment Brooklyn has ever had in the Buffalo Public Schools, going back to when she started kindergarten, even pre-K. If I scroll down even further, I can see all of her attendance information going back to any time she was in a Buffalo Public School. Scrolling down further, I can see any assessment she has taken in the Buffalo Public Schools, and I can see her scores. If I go a little further, I can see if she had any offenses that were she was suspended for. As you can see, Miss Brooklyn has not been suspended. So kudos to Miss Brooklyn. And last, I can see her report card grades. So if I was looking at that graduation tracker and I saw that Brooklyn needed 4 more credits to graduate, I might want to bounce over here and check and make sure she's passing her courses and that she's going to actually be able to achieve those credits she needs to graduate. This same student profile page is also available to us right on the main page. So if I click this student profile page, it would take me to that same view. And if I go through this button, there's a search function that allows me to search for any Buffalo Public Schools student. Even if they've already left the Buffalo Public Schools, they're in here. So we go back about 20 years with that data. One other thing that I'd like to show you quickly is that we have a staff page. We are planning to add some additional information to this. But for right now, I can see our total number of staff. I can see their location, their breakdown by race and ethnicity, their breakdown by gender, and the breakdown by bargaining units. I can see if they're administrators, if they're teachers, or if they work in the service center. All of that information is on this page. I can also come up here if I want this information about a specific year that teachers were hired and want to know what did the demographics look about that year when we hired. I can always select one specific year and look at those teachers. I could also look for teachers who became inactive during those years to see if they're, maybe we wanted some data on people who are leaving the district to find out why. So we are going to look at these two a little bit later, but I do want to go into our behavior tab right now and take a little bit deeper of a look at some of our suspension data, which goes along with what we've been talking about. When I click on the behavior button, I have 2 choices. I can go in and look at suspensions, or I can look at office discipline referrals. Tonight, we're going to take a look at the suspension pages. So the first one that opens up is the district view of short-term suspensions so far this school year. So right here, I have a line that shows that our district's unsuspended rate is 96.81%. That means 96.81% of our students have not been suspended this school year. Our suspended rate is 3.19. That's that orange piece of the bar over here. Over here, I'm showing that the 3.19% of students who have been suspended, and these are short-term suspensions, so this means 5 or less days. That total count is 1,022 students who have been suspended in the short term so far this year. And then this graphic here is showing me that actually 774 of those students have been suspended 1 time. So they're not repeat offenders. They made a bad choice maybe once and they've been suspended once. Then you can see 2 suspensions goes to 177, 3 suspensions goes to 49, and it goes down. Just like all of our other views, I have down the middle here the view of all of the schools in our district, and you can see their unsuspended rate in green, and in the orange piece, you can see what % was suspended. Some of the orange pieces are a little small, so they don't have the number written in there, but if I hover over it, it will bring up a box that shows me the detailed information. As I scroll down, I can see that I have a grade breakdown of suspension, so I can see which grades are being suspended. I have ENL, non-ENL versus ENL students, special ed and non-special ed. I have economically disadvantaged, gender, race and ethnicity. We have all of our subgroup information here and then their suspended, numbers suspended. This is a tally of short-term suspensions per month. November is listed here, but we're still in the middle of November. So this is going to keep moving and changing as things are entered into Infinite Campus. Our lag time for updating this information is 1 day. So every night, whatever was put in Infinite Campus gets re-uploaded into this dashboard, and then in the morning we have refreshed data every single day. The duration of suspensions is right here. The incident location in the school, and we have an annual unsuspended rate. So this right here, I know it's hard to see, is this school year, and this goes back in time. So you can see the unsuspended rate going back about 7 years. We have this exact same, so for short-term suspensions, we also have a school level view. I happen to have school 30, that must have been the last place I was looking. And you can see that down the middle, we have their grade level suspensions. And by the way, at the school level, they can drill this down to specific children. So if they wanted to, they could click on who these students are. They could click on this bar, and they could pull up an Excel file of who all of those students are so they could provide some interventions. So when I look at the school specifically, I get all of the same information. I can see all of the subgroup information. I can also double filter. So if I wanted to say, okay, so I want to know who these special ed students are that are getting suspended, when I click on that bar, it changes everything else. That was probably a bad example. Let me go to female. This is a little bigger. It's easier to grab. It changes all of these other bars. So now I'm just looking at female students, and it shows me per grade level and per all of the other subgroups, what % of those students were unsuspended females or suspended females. I can do all of these double filters. So in the school view, they also have the suspensions per month, the duration of suspensions. Over here, they have a list of the staff that entered the office discipline referral that resulted in a suspension, so they can look to see if there's patterns there. And at the high school level, they also have, at every level, they have a context where, you know, where it happened, what the incident was, and again, an unsuspended rate. If this were a high school, it would also have suspensions by cohort. This is the district view for long-term suspension. So some of this data you just heard from Dr. Wright. We have 272 students who have been suspended long-term one time so far this year. We can see the long-term suspensions by school, by grade, by subgroup, again, by month. We have the incident locations, and then the annual rate going back in time. And I'm also able to look at this from a school view, like we just did with the short term. So if I click the school view, I have school 30 up again. That just happened to be what I'm looking at, but it's the same. I can look at my suspensions by grade level. I have my subgroups over here. I have the number per month, the staff entering the ODRs, my incident location, my contacts, and my annual unsuspended rate. So again, these last couple of buttons up here, attendance and assessments, we're going to look at in a few minutes. But for right now, I'm going to turn it back over to Ms. Bullock.
Thank you so much, Laura. I really appreciate you going through that. Board members, what I want you to know again is we sort of flip back and forth between what a principal and a teacher could see. The teacher and the principals will be able to drill down to the individual teacher or student level, but our community members will stay high at the aggregate level. We did a phenomenal training these past 2 days with our secondary principals, and then we hit our elementary principals. And over the next few weeks, we're going to be pushing this down into teacher training, where we're going to help them use the dashboard, not as another thing, but how it is interwoven in our already established DDI process in the individual grade level meetings. We're going to dig into some other views that you'll be able to see in Dr. Evans' work session. So with that, I'm going to pass it back over to Dr. Cash, and we can't wait to show you a little bit more in just a few minutes.
All right, colleagues, Mr. Hurd, I'm going to turn it back to you for your session, and certainly look forward to responding to any questions or comments that the board may have. But thank you, colleagues, for that excellent work throughout this session. And we now turn it over to Mr. Hurd. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Dr. Cash, and thank you for this presentation and all the work that you have done. I believe that Laura Semensky-Peters and Ebony Bullock, you got to be two of the smartest people in the world to put that dashboard together. Thank you so much. We've been asking for quite a long time for the district to have this tool available, you know, for the teachers, administrative staff, and the board. And I just congratulate you on this work because it's phenomenal. So at this time, I'd like to ask any board members, because of time, just to raise your hand if you have any questions and about the dashboard or maybe the presentation that Dr. Wilson gave, or our great presentation that Dr. Cassandra Wright gave also, moving forward. So as of right now, I see a hand raised by Lawrence Scott. Mr. Scott, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Hurd. So first of all, we've had some very comprehensive and thoughtful presentations in these work sessions. All of this has just been very, very powerful, very informational, very insightful. So thank you to all the staff that have put this together and presented tonight. The dashboard of data, I have never seen such data, real-time data like that. It's amazing to see all of that, and the way you can break it down, analyze it, and do it so efficiently is really, to me, remarkable. So praise to all of you that have put that together, Laura, Ms. Bullock. What I'm wondering about the data, and then I have a comment that I want to make about narrative and our story. Is this something that's publicly available, or is it something that board members can access? And if so, where is it? Where do we access it?
We don't quite have it yet. It will be available to you on Friday. It will be public facing on Friday, but this is our official rollout to you in the community.
Excellent.
Well, I think you should qualify that a little bit, Ebony.
Okay.
There's another cover page that the public and the board will see at any time, anywhere. They can see it. Then there's 4 major buttons there, but there are the pieces that are forward facing and then they're backward facing. And as you said, yeah, this data will be available for the board and the public going forward forever, and it'll continuously be updated. The other data, because of the sensitivity to children and to individual staff and teachers, we have different groups, populations that can see different data. So maybe if you could explain that, Ebony and or Laura, that would help Mr. Scott and the rest of the board. That's an important question that he's asking, so we've got to answer it correctly.
Dr. Cash, you hit it right out of the park. So this will be the 4 buttons that the board and our public can see. This is our public facing dashboard, and it will be refreshed overnight. You will see these data as real time as overnight, but with these views, you will not be able to drill down to teacher level or school level. You'll stay high at the aggregate district level type data. Laura, did you want to clarify that for us?
Just wanted to open it up and show that it looks exactly the same as as what we see in these sections. You just wouldn't be able to click on it and get student names. But the look is exactly, for these 4 sections, the look is the same. It just has a little bit different of functionality.
And I do think you'll get school data. I think board members should get school data.
They will have school data.
Yeah. Okay.
So that answers my second question. I was concerned about confidentiality and names being public. So, okay, thank you. So in the quick view of the data that I saw, it appears as if at this point, our suspension rate continues to trend down for short-term suspensions and long-term suspensions, which is also correct. Remarkable given the year that we are returning to. So before I editorialize a little bit, Can you just confirm, it sounds like Erie County Restorative Justice Coalition has a contract with us and is doing work in our schools?
Contract that is funded through the Community Foundation of Buffalo to do work in our schools, yes.
Okay, I'm just going to say, because, you know, Dr. Cash and some of the cabinet members Say Yes staff spoke so well about the promise of our children, the good work of this district, and I was disappointed to see them post on October 21st data from a unreliable source, a report that was done back in 2018, I believe, and it was referencing data from 2016-17, and essentially targeting Buffalo Public Schools and our suspension rates on this very outdated data. And I raised this with them, and they didn't seem to, in my opinion, it was exploitive, the way it was presented. And so I was disappointed, and I raised this with them, and they didn't seem to be concerned with my concern over this. And to me, I think they do good work. They've proven to do good work in schools, with families, in the community, and they could have simply used that, highlight that work that they're doing, the experiences that they're having in our schools, with our students, with our families, all the good work that we just talked about tonight. And instead, they took something from 2016-17 and really manipulated it to make us sound as if we're not doing good work here, and that things are quite different from 2016-2017. So I just wanted that known. The last thing I want to say too, and I think some people maybe on the other end are going to get upset with me in saying this, but we need to partner with law enforcement at times. And we need to recognize that. And we need to recognize that there are good people in law enforcement, and there are extreme situations where we're going to need law enforcement and their help. And if we have ongoing communication and partnership, like Dr. Wright mentioned, with them, we are more likely to have that law enforcement treat our children in a fair and just way and be supportive to us. Because we know firsthand, we're seeing it elsewhere other than Buffalo Public Schools, that there's violence, there's physical attacks, confrontations that are occurring, and we need law enforcement at times in some of these serious situations to keep staff, students, and families in our community safe. So that's all from me. Thank you, Mr. Hurd, and thank you everybody for the wonderful presentations. And I look forward to really nerding out on all of that data when it becomes publicly available.
Thank you, Mr. Scott, for your sentiments. Is there anyone else that have any questions? Please raise your hand. Right now, let's go to Lou, since he raised his hand the first. President Petruski.
You can go to Kathy first. I'll defer to Kathy.
Kathy, you have the floor. Kathy Evans Brown.
You men are very kind. Thank you. Thank you, every one of the presenters. You did a phenomenal job. We certainly know we have a complex school system with many, many people. And I really applaud the kids who do come to school. We have a number of students, more than not, that do come to school. And as you know, our kids do experience dysfunction in their homes. So I had an incident earlier, maybe yesterday, and so one of my staff wanted to purchase some head lice kit for 3 siblings. And these children age and range from about 14 to 18 are not going to school and have not been in school because they have head lice. And it really sickened me because we're talking, what, $21, maybe $30 a kit. So of course, you know, we did that for them. So I guess my question is, well, let me back up. I think our school system is trauma informed, and I like that. We have to be. But my question is, what are we doing? And you may have answered this and I overlooked it with those kids like I just described. What are we doing with them to get them back in school?
So children who have head lice are not to be excluded from school for the issue of head lice. We have information on our website that's available to all that shares that that is not the way that we handle it. So I would be interested maybe after the board meeting to find out what schools so that we can work to support to make sure that that's not happening, because head lice are not a reason to exclude children from school.
Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Kathy Evans Brown, are you finished with your questioning? Thank you so much. So the next hand that we have raised, let's go to President Petrucci at this time.
Thank you, Co-Chair Hurd. My first question actually is for Dr. Williams. It was about part of your earlier presentation. I just didn't have the opportunity to ask a question. When you were mentioning the vaccine program that was going on, I know that Governor Hochul announced a new scholarship program with these for children that get vaccinated, that their name goes into a lottery and they have a chance to win a full 4-year scholarship to a senior CUNY program. Would these children be available to participate in that program?
They absolutely would. So for the program that's upcoming this week, though, this is for our babies from 5 to 11 years old. But yes, our older students, absolutely. And we're having a lot of success with getting children vaccinated. We've been partnering with the community health worker group, and they do a lot of work prior to the vaccination. And so they're making phone calls, they're visiting homes, because what we know we have sometimes is a community that is vaccine hesitant. And so they have questions, they're looking for, education about the vaccine, and they're doing that, and they're doing it very well. We just had a vaccination clinic at South Park, and I'm told that we had upwards of 45 staff, students, and family members that took advantage of that opportunity and got vaccinated.
I'm glad to hear. Before I retired, I know we used community health workers to kind of be at the front line to help smooth things out, or to be the forward face for many of our initiatives on the behalf of my former department. It worked out very well, so I'm glad to hear. I do have a couple of questions about the dashboard. One thing would be, I see that you have those 4 general categories that would be public facing. In that, will there be links if someone wanted additional information? So let's say you clicked on the behavior, you had suspension. If someone wanted more information about suspension of the process, or how to appeal, or to the or to the district website dealing with those various suspension issues, is that going to be built into the website? And also, will there be links to narratives as well? Because oftentimes you have this data, but the narrative helps shape and to offer what the district's interpretation of what that data is going to be, or how the data is interpreted.
President Petrucci, the short answer is we are working on that. So our dashboard is nimble enough that we can do everything that you've said. And that's the great thing about talking to you and talking to the ASLs and the principals. The more folks ask us, hey, Ebony and Laura, can the dashboard do this? Our answer is always going to be, it's Burger King. We will do it your way. You can have it your way. We will make it, and we are working on that.
Well, and thank you. I'm very excited about the dashboard. This is going to make it so much easier for all of us, because many of us that drill down the data, you would go to multiple websites, and this is kind of this compilation of all the data in one set. Particularly, I mean, we use Power BI for a variety of different things, but the ability to place filters and to disaggregate the data by what your interest or what your need is going to be very powerful. I do have one kind of question. So why did you choose to put unsuspended as opposed to suspended? It seems kind of counterintuitive when I look at the dashboard. I'm just kind of curious.
Well, let me help you with that.
Sure.
Again, suspension is a contraindicator. So we call a contraindicator. And when you have contraindicators, you don't want to amplify that with a large student population. They first had unsuspended in orange. I told them if you unsuspended, you put that in green, and then you put the contraindicator in orange, because that's the facts. That's the actual picture of it. See, it's like a fiscal report. When you say your financial external audit it was unqualified, or it had qualified. See, unqualified is good. Qualified is not. And it's counterintuitive, but it's the way you present it. So when you see that green unsuspended data, that right there is your narrative. That's your narrative. You see? You don't go out talking about all these suspensions and all of this and this and that and da-di-di-da and do-do-do-do and reading that report that is all just trying to bash the Buffalo public because it has another agenda. But when you see it, the data the way it is, it shows you what it is. Whether it's achievement data, when we're going to show you in a little bit, where how kids start off, it's mostly red. But as they go along and we intervene and start to teach the children, then those colors start to move toward yellow and green and so forth. So we're transparent about the data all the time. But you never show in all of my years of this work, and this is my work in prior lives, and I give direction to these staff on these issues, is that contraindicators are usually a minority data point. So it's like attendance. Attendance is not where we want to be, but you show attendance as those that are attending. You don't show who's not attending. You show it, but you don't show that as the main thing is who's not attending. You work on improving attendance, and you show a goal to where attendance should be. And you'll see that when we get into attendance. So unsuspended is really the term of the field. It's educational jargon, but it also tells you that where most of the kids are. 3,100 kids, most of them, by far, only 1% are unsuspended.
I appreciate the explanation, Dr. Cash. It just seemed a little counterintuitive, so that's why I asked. The last question I have, and I know that I've encountered this as a parent. I'm just worried about the input at the teacher classroom level, making sure that, because I know as a parent, oftentimes there was that lag time in the data that occurred at the classroom level, which made for some uncomfortable conversations with my children. So I'm just wondering what you've kind of built in to make sure that principals and our assistant principals would have that data in a timely manner at the classroom level.
So again, President Petrucci, it's an overnight refresh, and we are going back to train, refine the way that principals use these data. And so again, Monday or today is Wednesday. The last 2 days, Tuesday and this morning, we met with principals and we reintroduced them to this tool. We used to provide it to them on a static, just a spreadsheet. And so now they can be monitoring it every day. And so with the help of the ASLs, this is now the practice of our principals, right? This is what they're doing. And we're gonna soon bring teachers along in this practice. So that is what we're doing. And principals, it was like fire in the principal meetings yesterday and this morning. And so it is now, this is their practice to be looking at it. It makes it easier for them to grasp is what we did by putting it on the dashboard.
I think it's a wonderful, kudos to all of you. I think it's a wonderful tool. I think we're going to see much more positive results. It gives teachers and administrators the ability to to provide support at the appropriate juncture, and to identify patterns, all those things. I mean, it really is a powerful tool, and it's going to be very simple to use. And again, congratulations and on all the hard work. This is very impressive.
Okay, thank you, President Petrucci. Is there any other board members that have any questions or stuff? Okay, I have a hand raised by Jennifer McCoy. Jennifer McCoy, you have the floor.
Thank you. I do want to say that I had questions around the vaccinations, and I did get my answers based on your question, President Petrucci. But I also want to comment a couple things. One, I want to thank everybody for not responding in the kind of way I've been wanting to respond to a lot of the narratives and negativity that's been happening and being spewed at the district like pretty much daily, and waiting to bring this to the table. There is absolutely no arguing what you've presented, what you will continually present now that it's going to be public facing. A lot of this narrative and the kind of junk that's been spewed, there's now you can see. You can counteract it. All it is just go look at the data. Here's the website. You don't have to say, you don't have to fight. I appreciate this district for not jumping the gun and losing it each and every time. We would be more than legit to be real negative right back at folks. And I just want to say over and over again, and want to bring all of this back to the district, hold meetings if we need to like bring this to the community on a level that's not just at our work sessions. But, thank you, congratulations. Thank you from me, because, us as board members, we're facing these same concerns. So now I could stop being red-faced and tasting my own DNA from drinking the blood and biting my tongue every time I have to deal with some of this, and just tell them to go to the website. Yeah, I'm so impressed, and just thank you for, biding your time and doing it like this.
Okay, thank you, Ms. McCoy. Next person we have is Paulette Woods. Ms. Woods?
Yes, I respect the dashboard. I love that we will be able to go and look at it. And my question is, the reality of what do I say to parents who just called me about 2 students getting stabbed on the NFTA, watching this on the news, and I want to say things are okay, we don't really have a problem of students reacting to trauma. It's not that big. It's only 285 long-term suspensions. I love having the dashboard, but I guess what I'm at a loss and would like to hear an explanation of what we say to parents who are looking at the reality of incidences down at my schools, Emerson. I had parents calling me about the situation last week, 2 weeks ago, a near riot. I mean, I can't tell them this didn't happen, and I don't know if I'm supposed to say it's part of the 285 suspensions, or what am I supposed to say? I did look at your dashboard, and I did see Emerson and Drew Magna, 2 of my schools, had a high incidence of short-term suspension, and I'm thankful for the dashboard because I want to look at those schools and see what's going on, why they have those higher level of suspension. But given the data, and I guess this is only the data for this year, right? So what am I supposed to say to the parents watching the TV and to the parents who are aware of these incidences that will put such a positive context to it? That's what my question is.
Yes, let me help you, Mrs. Woods.
That's right. It would be a narrative question.
I'm going to let Dr. Wright respond to that because she's been in the thick of this for weeks now. Certainly, I'm engaged. We have a 8-member team that's engaged, but I would like her to lead with the response to that, and then I may have a word or two. Dr. Wright, because it's not about what are you supposed to say to try to spin something that's horrific into something positive. We're not saying that. We're very clear about that. We embrace the data. We embrace the challenges and the trauma. And we're right there beside these children. We follow them to the hospital. Tanja immediately gets in hold of family members and reaches out to the victims as well as the perpetrators. So we're working on this all the time. I spoke with the mayor today twice in how we can address this issue in that Chippewa corridor where there's 5 high schools or 4 high schools. And it's, this business community is concerned. Right down there near Urban League and the banks are concerned and so forth. So we're into this work and we not want you to spend anything. It is what it is.
It is an increase. Am I mistaken? Because
it's
different.
It's an increase in this first half of the year. Absolutely. Over any other year. We wouldn't have this many incidents like we're talking about in a whole year historically. And we're only 10 weeks in. So this is something that you say to parents, parents, make sure you sweep in front of your own doorstep. Make sure your step is clean. And then if you're part of this, come get it. Come be in this. Come help with this. Because parents are in this too. Some parents are jumping on kids, beating up kids. Okay? It's heavy what's going on. It's not any blame, but it's enough accountability for everybody to step up and get involved. Some of the most egregious case that happened, someone was advocating for that parent and that student. It was outrageous what was going on the video and what had happened. And it's been going on for 3 weeks. So we got to get into these gangs. We got to get into this social media world. We got to get into what's been going on trailing from the summer and from last year. And that's what you heard in those presentations by Dr. Williams and by Toya Wilson and by Dr. Wright. So,
Dr. Cash, I heard that NFTA was addressing this, putting more buses, etc. And not more trains or whatever, but I get parents calling me today, 2 kids stabbed 5 times. I'm trying to
check that out to you. We informed you about that. We informed you about that. The child, both children are alive and they're at home, but it was horrific. They were stabbed in the face and in the arms and in the neck. Yeah. So everyone has to step up. But Dr. Wright, and I'm not one to say because of the pandemic, therefore. No, behavior is behavior. At some point, if you have parents and you have adults, you have to be responsible for the behavior of your children. Our job is to keep the school safe. Our job is to keep staff safe, students safe, and to teach you different ways to respond to the challenges that you're dealing with. And we're big on working along those lines. But that takes time, and that what we're seeing this year, it needs help. We need help. This isn't all at the doorstep of the schools. Believe me, it isn't. Not when we see what's going on in the community, not what we see what's going on streets. And see, so Cassandra, without going too far on this, and then I'll end with a point about suspension that I am concerned with. Say what you want to say to Ms. Woods so you can help her a little bit with the dialogue she's having with her constituents. I think that's a fair question.
So, Mrs. Woods, I absolutely understand your anguish as you are listening to a mother tell you that her child was stabbed. I want you to also know that there are other people who are also in anguish, the principals of those children, and to be frank with you, the parents of the children who perpetrated the crime. There are victims all around. And I really challenge you by your assertion that we're trying to make all things look positive, when I began by saying that these children that I am referring to are doing things that are absolutely beyond what we have ever seen, to the point of it being surreal. So there's no sugarcoating their behavior, not at all. What we are saying is children are behaving in ways that right now are quite frankly unexplainable. And we are working hand in glove with parents, organizations, mentoring groups who want to do that work for free, who have been doing the work for free, pastors, many people who are joining in because they recognize as a community, this is too big for just one school system to handle. We all have to get involved in this. And to Dr. Cash's point, when we have these incidences, and I heard you refer to them as riots, I got to tell you, some of the mothers are fighting alongside with their daughters. Some of the fathers and uncles are in there fighting alongside of their sons. So it's not just the children. And so when you are getting these phone calls, say what you feel. I am sorry. This is complex. There is nothing I'm going to be able to say to you to take your pain away. But what I can assure you is, as a board member, me, my colleagues, the superintendent, his cabinet, and the entire administrative team and teachers are working day and night to bring this to resolve. You tell them that, because that's the truth.
Thank you.
Are you also of the opinion that the suspensions have gone down because there's a lot of information going around about suspensions, and it doesn't sound like the suspensions are going down?
No one said the suspensions are going down, and if we did, we apologize, okay? The suspensions are two types, short-term and long-term, okay? And then there's ODIs. There's office discipline referrals, and a lot of kids are getting written up. So it's another form of discipline. What we're saying is that you now have data that you can track, that you can look at, that we're certainly looking at, right down to the level of the student. And because we have partners like Say Yes, and because we have all of the talented staff that we have that are devoted and dedicated to helping these children, and because we're going to expand our parent outreach in our program and theory of action under Dr. Reynolds and under a number of other initiatives that we're doing, and all these other things we've been talking about, we believe we're going to get it back under numbers that are below what they are now, way below. They're below standard. They actually start to become best in class. But we're not there. And nowhere in the country is there. And what I'm proud of is that we're transparent about it. You show me dashboards like this now. And I've been working at this my whole career. And this is the best I've ever seen. And what I'm saying is, I'm concerned still about this. I'm concerned that most of these kids, and this is the point, you can take it as that, or you can take it as that's the opportunity. That's where we've got to go focus. Most of these are Black children. Most of these are Black males who also have a special ed is disproportionate. See, the ethnicity is disproportionate. The poverty indicator is disproportionate. And in some cases, the gender, well, I already said that, the gender is disproportionate. So that's what you track. You look at that to make sure that that doesn't just continue unabated. And so then we need, and that's why we're bringing the gender schools, the boys' school, the girls' schools. Because in those schools have tremendous track record and research on the kids are happy, the kids come to school motivated, the kids have student voice. The kids are energized and are treated with respect in terms of who they are, and the staff work on that and do all of the research around that. And they have special kinds of staffing in there. Well, we're learning from that research and trying to bring that to all the schools as we speak. But certain schools, you know, they're a hot spot. And until we get the right strategies and the tier 4 supports now in there for these schools, they'll continue to be hot spots because it goes beyond the school. It's beyond the school. And this data helps us see exactly where those hot spots are and exactly where we need to give additional supports, or what I call strategic targeted supports to those kids and to those families and to the school staff. That's what we're
Just
that's
a couple quick questions, Dr. Cash, because one of my schools is Emerson, and I'm concerned, and I know the principal is doing everything she can. God help her. God bless our principals and our staff. But one of my questions is simply, if you send a group of students to a very respected school, and their interest is not in cooking or whatever, then do you think that mismatch of having children who are not really interested in focused in that area could be causing some of the problem? And then the other quick question is simply, we've said you have to teach to and reach the whole child. So could it be that the children who music and arts might have helped, and phys ed might have given them an outlet for their aggression, and after school programs and things that might have made a difference are just not there, and maybe that is another reason why these children don't have an outlet for this trauma? Just a thought.
Yeah, I just want to leave. You know what? I want to leave that.
Dr. Cash.
I just want to leave it with her. I don't have a long answer for that.
I'm sorry, Dr. Cash.
Yeah.
I'd like to say that from my time in teaching, and I know that Dr. Kathy Evans Brown taught also as a substitute teacher here in the Buffalo Public School System, is that the student voice is very important. And our students, once they trust in you, believe you, they actually talk to the teachers and they relate to the teachers, and they tell them about situations like this, which I heard hundreds of times about. Correct. potential fights that will break out, potential altercations that's going to happen, and the teachers are very important. It's also about giving this information to the proper through the chain of command to the principal, and then from maybe possibly school security, and then go on to the authorities if needed. We need to really pay attention to the student voice, and many times, just like you said, that we have parents that come out in front of school buildings and pull out weapons also, fight along with the kids. So it's the same type of mentality that this district is dealing with. So yes, let's pay closer attention to these incidents, pay closer attention to our students, and listen to what they're going through and what they're saying. We really have to speak out about this as board members also. And as a board member, I would like to also, be at these meetings when we talk about violence with our kids, or working with the police department, the mayor, and also with community members and leaders. We also need to include our churches also, and leaders in our churches and our community also, to try to rectify the situation. And one of the programs you said, bringing men into the schools, that'd be another way we could alleviate some of these problems and issues. Over at that corridor, there is a slew of high schools, that's using the exact same trains, exact same bus. So maybe we should look into possibly rerouting a couple of buses so that the kids will go in a different direction, so the kids won't be boggled up at one central point. There's a couple of different things that we probably can look into, but these incidents is going to happen. There are always going to be some altercation between children, because that's what happened. But I received some of the exact same phone calls that Ms. Woods received, and it's very disconcerting when you're talking to a parent or a community member and they talk about these type of situations. It does give our district a bad name, but as long as our district is trying to do the best that we can, I'm very satisfied with that. And all the efforts that you took to try to prevent these things, and working with the school district and working with the teachers, principals, the mayor and Buffalo Police, I'm satisfied with that also. But the board also, myself personally, I would say I'd like to also have some reports on that so we can know what's going on, so we can get that report back to our stakeholder constituents and the parents, so they can understand, so we can have understanding what to tell them. I understand Ms. Wood's concerns about, what to tell the parent, how to react to them, because it seems like there's a void information that she did not receive, to how to relate back to that person. So this, I know we was communicated about the incident, and when you see those phone calls, people are very distressed, they're traumatized, and my main concern is about students returning back to school. What about the students that witnessed this, or the students that, use that same bus line, are they coming to school tomorrow? Are we reaching out to those families and those students? So there's a lot of concerns that's happening here. So let's please, work on this together and try to prevent these things in the future.
Yeah, absolutely. Of course we are. That's what this whole session is about. So thank you for those comments, colleagues. And I believe that we should move on because we have another whole session. So I will say before we go there is that I'm in the planning phases now for a series of town hall meetings with the community writ large in different sections of town, and so the mayor has said if he liked, he could join me. Sometimes he might. Other times I just stand with you. You come join me, and we'll talk to parents. We'll talk to whoever wants to show up. Because I'm interested in hearing what the community's ideas are, and I mean the big writ large community about these issues. I'm okay with them coming up to a mic and saying whatever they're calling you about. Let's talk about it. Let's talk about it, because we can help assuage and provide comfort where we can, but provide information where we can as well, and say we're working on it. We're working, and we can work on it together. But the great majority of students are coming to school. Colleagues, we are open 5 days a week, every day, which is an accomplishment in and of itself. We're open on Saturdays as well. And the great majority of children are doing what they're supposed to do. And I believe they're overall happy in school. I do, from the reports that I'm getting. Are there challenges? Are they working through? Is everybody working to get back on track? The answer to that is yes, everybody. But I'm encouraged that we can break through. What I lose sleep about at night, I worry that we're going to have the horrific thing happen in school. That's my worry, that I can't sleep. I've seen that happen in my lifetime and in my prior districts, and there's no explaining that. So that's why we have to work together, we have to pray together, and we have to be on this thing. We have to be on it 24/7, like Dr. Wright says. I'm awake all the time. I start early in the morning with Cassandra, and she probably won't provide summation fully for the 8 incidents that happened today until after this meeting, and then I'll get the summation for the day, and that's how we go. So your ideas, board members, we welcome them, and if we can add them into the stitching, and they're helpful, then we absolutely will. So thank you,
Dr. Cash. The only thing I'd like to see is to make sure that that no other students out of fear bring any weapons to school tomorrow, so we can get a handle on that. And also any children that don't report to school tomorrow that may have witnessed or may be afraid, that we reach out to those families right away and make sure that we touch bases with that child or those families.
That's part of our protocol, Mr. Hurd. We get it. We really do. This is a fluid situation. It's not over. It's never over when you have a situation like this, because then you get the next retaliation, and then the next retaliation, and then the next retaliation. So we're in it. We're fully aware of it. Dr. Tanja Williams has her team. Dr. Wright has her team. Fred Wagstaff is on the case with his SROs. His security team. So we're doing our very best. And we're still looking for even more help, more partnerships, and more solutions. All right.
Okay. Thank you.
So I have
we have a hand raised by Sharon Belton Codman.
Yeah. So I have a question. Typically, everyone in this district gets paid a function. They get paid for the work that they do. And my concern is that there are expectations that the community should volunteer, certain organizations should volunteer and not get paid. And I have a concern about that, because without paying people, there's no way to hold them accountable. Okay. And so I'm concerned about some of this money, this issue associated with what's going on in this district, that it gets trickled into the community. And that by so, you will be able to hold people accountable for the work that we are expecting them to do. It's time out for the poor people volunteering and everybody else getting paid in this equation. We are at a point right now that we need to be able to hold everyone accountable who is in this equation. And the only way you can do that is if they're receiving money and getting paid for what they're doing. And I feel that there's enough money in this district to move forward and do that. And that's the least we can do, because my questions are very different, and maybe we can do it at another meeting. But my questions are, what are we doing for the 272 children that had these incidents? How do we get them to be upright and correct moving forward, that they can be model citizens and not children that will go back in as a bad apple and spoil the whole bunch again? So I have different questions that at this time we don't have to answer them, but it certainly needs to be addressed, because I believe in being proactive. Okay, I feel that, you know, we had a plan going on this summer. You're given approval to get to get SROs, additional SROs in the building. We knew from the information that was happening in the streets from the cops that it was going to be a very difficult environment this year with these children because of what was going on in the streets. And so my concern is making sure that people who do the work get paid for it. Okay. And I really feel that there's a problem when people in this community is expected to volunteer their services while everyone else gets paid and leaves out of the city at the end of the day with their money, and these people are not. So I'm just going to be frank about that. I have a problem if that's not happening, or that conversation is not happening. It doesn't feel good to me. And I believe that some people will volunteer, but I think this problem is crucial enough at this point that we need people on point who can make a change in these children's lives. And it's not going to happen by willy-nilly. It's going to happen by people doing it in a concise way. Thank you.
Yeah, we'll have to take up the payment issue of everybody in another time. I'm not saying that we shouldn't partner with folks, but I want to know what people can do to help. And I want to know what their accountability is in their life anyway. If you're a parent, I'm not sure you get paid to make sure your child is disciplined, okay? And I want to make sure that we've got a clear conversation about getting money out into the community to help with whatever. For example, I'm good with what is it? Sarah Jessica Walker. She now is in the game. She's working on things that she's always talked about, and she's helping with this vaccination rollout. And she's informing people first about vaccinations and why it's important and why you should not have the fear, because here's what it's about. And so she's leading and bringing people to the vaccination table. That's a great partnership. And you bring me partnerships like that, then I'm interested in it.
There's a lot of partnerships like that, Dr. Cash, out there. There really are. Margaret Falls is one that's involving community partners that take ownership of kids from A to Z. The problem kids, these 272 would be, there would be men assigned to these children to make sure that they're walking and doing what they're supposed to do. So there are programs out there that are being done, and Niagara Falls is doing a phenomenal job in quite a few things that they're doing. But my concern, again, is to make sure that the community benefits from this sometime.
Yeah, absolutely. I agree with that. That's why I'm talking to Pastor Kenny. That's why I'm talking to a number of people, trying to get these things going. All right, colleagues.
Dr. Cash, I know we're ready to move on. to our next subject. I just want to make one comment.
Sure.
I appreciate the work that's being done on the dashboard that has been done. It shows transparency to our community and to the board members, and I believe that can go a long ways in trying to resolve some of the issues that we have. You can answer this question in the email, but my only concern about how much data that's compacted on the dashboard, that we put extra security measures up by the district so that we can make sure that that information stays safe more than just what we're doing right now. So if we can somehow discuss that at a future date, that make sure we put extra security measures on that dashboard so that our information stays safe in the future, because we know we had issues across the country, in this county, in the city, and with our district in the past. So thank you.
Duly noted. Duly noted. Thank you.
Thank you. If there are no other hands at this time, we're really gone over a lot. So I would like to turn this over to Dr. Kathy Evans-Brown for student achievement. And if there's no more comments about you from you, Dr. Cash.
Okay. I'm with Kathy Evans first, so I'll defer to her, then I'll say a few things and we'll get right into it. And I can even figure out how to abbreviate it a little bit for you this evening. But go ahead, Dr. Kathy Evans-Brown.
Okay, good evening. Do we need to take a stretch?
It's too late.
Who said it's too late?
Cash.
Anybody else want to break besides Cash? Cash don't want to break. You guys want to take a 5-minute break?
I wanted one. I said it's too late.
Yeah, I think we should. 5 minutes?
Yes.
Isn't your
5
diaper
minutes.
full?
Got to be careful. You're going to lose, folks. All right, 5 minutes.
5 minutes.
All right.
Thank you.
For 8:47. Yeah, 8:53. We'll return.
And can we get the time corrected on these computers, because we are 2 minutes behind everybody else.
All right, staff, colleagues. I've talked to staff and we've made an adjustment for your consideration, and we're ready to go. So, Dr. Kathy Evans Brown, whenever you're ready.
Okay, so we're refreshed after that 5-minute break. Good evening. So we as a board, we're really excited about the fact that we are policymakers for the district. And it's refreshing to continue to focus on student achievement. And it's interwoven in a lot of our committees, so that's exciting. And Dr. Cash delivered, because we talked earlier about obtaining data, and you guys talked about how you were working on a dashboard, so you delivered that. So we're pleased. And so we want to be able to combat or confront negative data and use it as a basis to support, the teaching and learning. And so with that, I'm going to slide it over to you, Dr. Cass, so you can introduce what we're about to speak.
All right. So colleagues, tonight, there's a lot of student achievement data that, as you saw from the dashboard, we can begin to report out on, or you can ask for reports before meeting. You don't have to have it at a meeting. You can ask for it, and the OSA team will put it together, and we can get it out to you via email. So that's the really great news about an active live dashboard. Now tonight, attendance is certainly a portion or a piece of the academic journey. It's an old saying, if you don't come to school, you'll be learning something, but you're not going to be learning what's in school. So we want students in school every day, all day. And attendance is an important indicator of that. And we really, for our children, again, in this time, because we anticipated some of these rough spots, we want to make sure kids aren't in that chronic and severe category, and more in that satisfactory category. And so we're going to show you that. Again, we embrace the data. We try to drill down and figure out who's not coming to school and why. Who's not coming to school and why. So you'll have a presentation by OSA on that, and then we'll go. I asked Miss Botticelli, she'll step up and come in with what we call iStation, iReady, and Dibbles data. iStation is for the younger children, pre-K children, how prepared they are. iReady is mathematics data, and the Dibbles data is language arts. And together, you get a picture of our kids in this first part of the school year. So that's what we'll present to you tonight. And what I recommend is we stop after attendance and have a conversation. And then we stop after Anne's presentation and have a conversation. All right. With that, again, Ms. Bullock and Ms. Laura Samolsky-Peters. Attendance data. Student attendance data. And by the way, in their slides, colleagues, they are going to say a word about staff attendance, because I wanted them to look that up and give us a picture of that, because it's important, I believe, for us to track as well. That'll be on the dashboard data we'll have going forward. So start with your preliminary slides, Ms. Bullock, and then get into that live part again with attendance writ large. Okay?
Absolutely. Admir, if you could put up the next slide deck, it's the one that's titled Revised November 10th. Thank you, and you can go right to the next slide. So, colleagues, just as Dr. Cash said, we are open 5 days a week, and what we do know by our staff attendance, and right now this is static, we will be pulling this over into the dashboard for you to see. But what we know, by and large, our staff, they're getting to our schools. They're there, willing to serve our students and to teach them and to really implement that high quality instruction. And so If our staff are there, we are going to continue to endeavor to make sure that our students get there. So if you go to the next slide, Admir, I just want to do a quick reminder of what ADA is. Remember, we saw this the last time we were before you talking about what ADA is and how it is calculated. So as of November 8th, our ADA is 83.22%, and it is climbing. We're doing everything that Dr. Williams and ASL Toya Wilson said to get our kids feeling like they belong and feeling welcome and to get to school. And so our ADA is rising. Next slide, Admir. We went over some of these last time. We know that parents are still hesitant to send their children in for a number of reasons. We know that some of our children have been in and out because of COVID quarantines and actually other illnesses at this point. We are fully in flu season. New York State immunization exclusions, that actually should be crossed out. That number is shrinking and shrinking and shrinking because of all the great work coming out of Dr. Williams' department, where we're having mobile vaccination clinics at football games, at Saturday academies, wherever we can pull up that bus and vaccinate folks. That's exactly what we're doing. But one of the things that we know, as we said earlier this evening, that continues to sort of be a draw on our resources, but we're continuing to work against this, is this intergenerational racial trauma and SEL instability. And I'm borrowing that from, our wonderful colleague, Dr. Fatima Morel, that we have to keep letting our community know that we know that our children and our families, they're hurting in so many different kinds of ways, and everything we're doing to address it to make sure that they get to school. But it is a compounding factor on our ADA. Transportation is shrinking. Cheryl, again, Kennedy is doing phenomenal with cutting down those bus times, getting kids to and from school on time, and we're cutting down on those issues. It's there, but we're cutting down. It's shrinking, it's shrinking, it's shrinking. So what we want to do is go straight right into the dashboard again. Admir, you can close this out, and we're going to go right into the dashboard. Admir? Oh, there you go. Thanks. And so, Laura, if you could take us to, again, the public-facing dashboard real quick again, so we can remind our colleagues what that looks like. So again, this is the public-facing dashboard. So in just a few, shortly, you'll be able to click on attendance, that attendance button, and Laura's going to show you what you'll be able to see when you click on the attendance button.
Okay, so in the attendance button, we have 3 different categories. We have attendance, attendance by category, and then previous day attendance. So if I click on my attendance button, I will come to the district page. I'm going to close these down so it's a little bigger for you. Right here in this box, you can see that our ADA as of yesterday was 82.85%. Down the middle, I have, well, up on top, I have our district broken down into attendance categories. And over here, I have a little reminder of what those categories are. But if you can't see them, I'll let you know that green is satisfactory attendance. Those are students who have been absent less than 5% of the days that school is in session. At risk is blue. That's absent between 5 and 10% of the days. Chronic is orange. Between 10 and 20%, and then severe is red, and that's over 20% of the days. So for the district, you can see the breakdown of categories up here. We also have our schools going down the middle with broken up into the attendance categories. Also have grade level attendance for the entire district. We have our subgroup attendance. We have our race and ethnicity, and then our ADA by month. If I went into, and just like all of the other ones, we can filter it for different subgroups. If I go into one specific school, so this happens to be a high school, Leonardo da Vinci, you can see that I have my grade breakdown. So for each grade in the school, I can see the percent of students in each category. I also have the overall school categories, their race and ethnicity, E&L, special ed, economically disadvantaged, gender, and then for all of our high schools, we also have this cohort box down on the bottom that shows us attendance by cohort. One of the things that we're working to add within the next couple of days is a day of the week count so that we can see what our attendance looks like for each day of the week, so we can start to put some interventions in place based on day of the week. That's a high school view. I'm just going to go into one of our elementary schools quickly so you can see it's the same thing. We have it broken down by grade level. We have the overall school attendance, their specific ADA, race and ethnicity, E&L, special ed, economically disadvantaged, gender, and then ADA by month. If I were to look at the other categories that are in here, if I go back to my landing page, if I wanted to see attendance by category, it looks very similar to what you just saw, but we also included ADA for every school. So I can see every school's ADA down the middle, and I can see ADA by grade and ADA by every subgroup. So it's similar, it's just a little bit different of a look. And we also have this category next to it, so you can make a side-by-side comparison. The last attendance view that we have for you in here is a previous day view. So some principals are very interested in knowing what their attendance looked like just yesterday, which they wouldn't get from their ADA calculations. So if we were to look at yesterday's attendance, we have it for the entire district. We also have it for each individual school. So for the entire district, I can see this light blue is the percent of students that were present yesterday. So this was yesterday, Tuesday the 9th. The blue is the percent of students who were absent. And then this orange on the end is the percent of students that were suspended. We also have a countdown here for the district, and then we have it by all of our subgroups. By grade level, E&L, special education, gender, race, and cohort. That's the district overview. And then just like the other views, if I were to open one specific school, here I'll go to school 74. I can see my grade level breakdown of attendance for yesterday. You can see the overall attendance, yesterday's subgroup information is all right here. And of course the cohort box disappeared because it's not a high school. So those are the three views we have for attendance. We also, if I went to click on this assessment tab, have lots of assessment pieces in here. These are still under construction. So when Mrs. Botticelli presents, she'll go over some of this data in a static manner for you, but it will be visible in the live dashboard in the next few days.
Thank you, Laura. I just want to underscore, Laura, if you can go back to the district ADA, that page. So I just want to bring this back up to underscore, you know, the narrative, again, has to be that our ADA is climbing. That is the narrative. That is the story. Our ADA is climbing. We're doing everything to go and get kids and get them into school and provide them with the quality instruction that we know our teachers and leaders are up to the job to do. And so we wanted to make sure that this dashboard gives you a real up-to-date, real-time look at who's coming. And again, you can filter it down and look at students by their subgroup category. But so this is something, board members, you can come and you can point your constituents to show that our students are coming. Every day we have more and more students coming, and we will continue to do all of those tier 1, tier 2, tier 3, and if we need to, tier 4 and tier 5 interventions to make sure that they're in our building so that they can take advantage of all of the wonderful instruction that we are providing for them. And so again, because that assessment tab is not fully loaded just yet, although our IT folks are working day and night to get those data in there, Mrs. Botticelli will talk to you about some of our iStation and iReady data. So Dr. Cash, I hand it back over to you.
Yeah, colleagues, I think that if you have any questions about this data or want to see anything in specific, this is the time to ask about attendance. We'll be happy to show you whatever you'd like to see.
Okay, so we'll take questions now. Sharon, I see your hand up and you're first on my list.
Thank you. I'd like to know, specifically, I'm concerned about the African American high school students, what their data looks like in relationship to what other groups' data look like.
We can look at that. Pull that up, Laura.
Okay, we have this box right here that lets me choose secondary school. So I'm only going to have high school information here. And if I go, yep, it's to high school. If I go over to my race and ethnicity tab, I can see this. It may be too small, but this bar right here is my African American subgroup. And you can see how that looks in comparison to the others.
Say what they are. Say what.
The first one is Asian. This one is Black or African American. This one is Hispanic.
Wow.
Fourth one is Native American, multiracial, Pacific Islander, and then the last is white.
And what is the ratio for African American African American students? And does this break it down by male and female?
I can break it down by male and female. So I would have to click, if I wanted to look at male, I would click this gender. And then because there's the 4 categories, if I hold down my control key and click on each of them separately, it will get all of my male students. And then when this filters these, the ones that are not like pale, like not grayed out, that's the male students within each of those categories.
Okay, so I see Hispanic and African Americans are expected, is what I expected. What is this for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 column over? What is that? That one, yeah.
Pacific Islander. And actually, yeah, so what happens sometimes with the Pacific Islander subgroup is that the numbers are so small that you have a couple of kids who are absent quite frequently. It makes the percentage look a little high.
Okay. All right. Okay. Are we also charting COVID incidents in our schools? Is that up in the dashboard? So will it also show the classrooms that are quarantined? Are we tracking that data, the classrooms that are quarantined in each building?
Dr. Williams, we're certainly tracking that data. OSA is tracking.
Yes, we do track it.
I don't know if it's integrated in here in that way. It may be showing up in the data. Is it showing up in the data, Ebony?
Laura, can you switch over? Laura, can you switch over to the COVID tracker?
So we have a separate COVID dashboard. It's not directly in there. It's in a separate location live on our website. So when we're on the main page, if I were to click on this COVID preparedness button, and then go to this yellow button.
Okay.
We have this COVID tracker that's going to pop up right here, and I can make it full screen. So it doesn't go down to the classroom level, it goes to the school level, and we show our tested numbers.
Right, but does it show quarantine classrooms?
Not on this tracker, no.
Okay, but are we tracking that?
Oh, yeah.
Yes.
Okay, because the report that we're getting daily that's being sent over does not have that on there. And that's the reason why I was asking. Thank you.
Well, that's because, Ms. Common, we haven't closed very many classrooms. I think today is just my 4th classroom or so that I've had to close. I think I closed 2 today at 54. But before that, I only closed a couple at 27. No, 7. I'm sorry,
72.
72. So
yeah, that okay, good. All right.
Beyond that, there hasn't been any other closures.
Okay. All right. Okay. And what does that mean when you close a classroom, quarantine a classroom? That means the kids don't come back, or they have to stay in the room altogether.
No, we gotta close it and quarantine, contact trace, and clean, hospital level cleaning for that classroom for at least 2 days. Tanya, you wanna say more about it?
Okay, good. Right.
Sure. Yeah. So we meet with the medical team when we've had at least two cases in a classroom. And they talk with our nurse practitioners who talk with our principals to find out for those 2 or more cases, you know, were the kids more than 3 feet apart from one another? Was one of the cases a teacher? Was the room ventilated? There are all kinds of questions that they ask. And then we have to get a recommendation from the county. It's a recommendation for Dr. Cash to then evaluate and decide that, you know, it looks like it's a cluster spread in the classroom. And then the classroom is closed for 10 days, actually, to get cleaning for the kids who, you know, may have been exposed to have an opportunity to get tested and get their results. And Elena then works with the principal to get communication out from Dr. Cash.
Okay, thank you for sharing that with me, because I was a little confused. I'm not sure if you saw the numbers that are coming out of suburbia today. It was posted on the website. WKBW had it posted. No, what was it? 97, whatever, had it posted today that the suburbs had over 900 cases. And I'm concerned, since the majority of our teachers are not located in the city of Buffalo, I'm very concerned about the spread. And so I'm wondering if they are they vaccinated, and if they're being checked, if they're not. That's what I'd like that question answered. I'm sorry to divert from this, but I think it's important enough to ask that question, because there's no way, if our teachers are not vaccinated and they're coming in our buildings or whatever, and that amount of spread is out there, we're in trouble. And that's what I'm concerned about. So.
Yeah, I think I share that. I talked to Dr. Quo today, and we're at well over 223 cases per 100,000, which is deep into the red zone, and it is largely in the suburbs right now.
Mm-hmm.
And you know, it's a challenge. We can't make people get vaccinated. I mean, unless the board wants to go down that road, you know, we'd have to probably get some MOUs. I haven't been willing to do it to date, but certainly if we get to a point where we're seeing this kind of spread, because that's definitely affecting attendance, colleagues.
Yeah.
So affecting attendance in a big way, yeah, and for staff.
Yeah.
That number is very, very high, and people are still dying from it. So it's a good question. And Tanja, if you could say a little more about the testing. The other challenge we have, colleagues, is the testing consent form is so complex that many parents aren't even able to wade through it. And then we're having a lot of non-consent in this issue. So we're testing, but we're running into some challenges. So Tanja, could you just say a few words about what we're doing now to try to ramp that up and make sure that these unvaccinated people are getting tested at least weekly? That's got to happen. Got to happen.
Sure.
Thank you, Dr. Cash.
So this year, last year, as you all know, we used a rapid test Dr. Cash led us getting our own license, and it was a fairly easy, non-invasive test. However, there was a higher probability of false positives with that test. And so this year, we went with a group that the Erie County Department of Health endorsed, as well as our medical advisory team, because it's a PCR test and it's much more reliable than what we had in the past. And so it's a group that's called Affinity. They have trained our nurses on how to do the test. It's not extremely invasive. It's not the test that some people have heard about, where the swab goes quite far into the nasal cavity, but it goes further than the rapid test swab did. And they, you know, we're utilizing that test. Now with Affinity, because they are the owners of the test, they have their own consent form that we had to abide by. And it's quite extensive. It's very scholarly. There's a lot of medical language on there. And so, you know, we're working through it. Our principals are working diligently to try to get as many consents as possible, because we can only test those students or staff who have consented to be tested. And so we did get the form translated, so it is translated into, you know, other languages, but it is very complex, and it's an uphill climb. Every week, though, we're getting more and more consents. And what we've asked for families to do is to complete the consent form electronically. And we know that also is a little bit difficult, but it helps because they can then go into the portal and get their results almost, you know, right within a day or two. So with us beginning our testing now of non-vaccinated staff, we know that that's going to certainly increase numbers, and that's a requirement from New York State. So staff who have not proven that they are vaccinated will now have to abide by getting weekly testing.
Okay, thank you, Doctor. When Reach Academy came before us, they said that they had set up their own testing that they were doing themselves inside of their school. If I get a chance, I'll reach out to them and see exactly what they're doing, but it appears as if they're self-sufficient in that area.
So our nurses are the group that's doing it. We're doing the testing also. Our nurses are doing it, but Affinity owns the test. They come out and they pick up. We do pool testing. So we have to have at least 5 people in a building who have consented to test in order to do it. And the nurse facilitates. So for our babies up through age 12, the nurses actually do it. But for anyone that's 12 or old, that's 13 or older, they can self-administer the test themselves. But the nurse, of course, has to guide that. And then they, you know, package up the swab, and, you know, they have to go into the computer system and input the information, put the label on it, package it up for FedEx, call FedEx out to come and pick it up, and then, you know, families can go on and get their results electronically within a day or two.
Okay. All right. Thank you. I'm sorry to go off the path, but I just thought that since we had this opportunity, we need to at least let people know what's going on with that testing piece. And particularly since those numbers are so high in the suburbs at this point, I'm very concerned about the impact on our school district. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
Thank you, Sharon. Yeah, that was worth the time to deter. Thank you. Terrence Hurd.
It's me, Kathy. It's Lou Petrucci.
Well, I'm trying to go by alphabetical order.
Oh, Terrence, you have a question?
Oh, okay. Thank you, Kathy. You know what? I'm not going to refer to any questions at this time. I'll leave the floor to the next board member.
Okay, thank you. Okay, I don't see Jay. Hope I'll get hear from her. Jennifer Makusi, you're up.
Also don't have any questions. I think actually Sharon really hit the nail on the head with the questions that I had around, you know, vaccinations and what's going on. So I'm good.
Okay, thank you. All right, Louis Bertucci.
Thank you very much, Dr. Evans-Brown. I was wondering if you guys, if there's been any conversation with the state about maybe changing the methodology at which they calculate ADA during COVID, because because of the quarantining and children missing so much time related to COVID, that it really impacts our numbers. I was just wondering if there's been any discussions along that line.
Ebony,
Not that I'm a,
well, Ebony, remember last year when they were asking about that attendance and we got that report, there was a struggle all year long last year to get consistency about how you calculate ADA. So I do think you should say something about that. And where we are this year with it.
okay. So the struggle was that NYSED changed the attendance collection protocols midway through the year last year. And so we had to now report not just simply whether a student was present or absent. If they were present, we also had to report whether they were present virtual, which means either remote learning, 100% at home learning, or we also had some students that were virtual learners, but they were in their building, but their class was split because of social distancing. So we had all these little loops in and out that we had to report like all other districts. And so that was the struggle. However, in my, contacts with NYSED, I don't know right now today if they're trying to recalculate that ADA. It is something that, we continually ask when we're meeting with them monthly, and they have not, they're just scratching their head like we are. So to answer your question concisely, President Petrucci, not that I'm aware of as of yet, but it is on my list per Dr. Cash to ask every time I'm in front of NYSED. Why are we collecting attendance that way? When are you going to be looking at a different way to calculate ADA so that it is student and family friendly? And when and if I get that answer, Dr. Cash should be the first one to know. So we ask consistently. We go ahead.
Oh, thank you very much. No, I appreciate. I know that it's been a struggle not only for the city of Buffalo but other districts as well. That's why I asked the question, because it is an unusual year. It's a year, and we have all these different methods of teaching and students in different locations and different learning methods. So, and different requirements with children being exposed or not exposed, in addition to the general seasonal ailments that many of our students have as well. So it's a very, that's again the basis for my inquiry, but I appreciate all of your efforts. Mr. Hurd does
President Petrucci, can I just follow up with one little point? I do want to emphasize, and I should have said this initially, is that under the leadership of Dr. Williams, we have, and Dr. Wright, we have some of the most pro-student attendance policies around. So, if a child is at home on quarantine and they complete work, whether they virtually log on, because some of our students will log on if they're quarantining, or if they complete a packet of work, a writing assignment, some math work, and they get it to the school, we count that as what we call substantial contact, and we can go back and give students positive credit for attendance. We will count that as them being present. So we are forward-thinking, innovative in our thinking about how we collect attendance while staying under, what SED says we ought to do, and that is allowable, and we will do that. If a child has an issue on a bus and they're late or something like that, they missed the bus and a high schooler has to catch the next bus afterwards, again, they come into the office, they sign in, they say, Principal Cash, I missed that first bus, it was full, I had to catch the next bus, so I was late. That child is not penalized. The child is marked as present. So we, within what we can do at the school level, we are definitely making sure that we take attendance and we collect it in a way that is supportive of the students.
Thank you very much. Dr. Evans-Brown, I believe Mr. Hurd has a question as well.
Okay, Mr. Hurd, go ahead.
Yes, thank you, Dr. Kathy Evans-Brown. My question is about our children who's actually being sent home or being quarantined. And due to our youth risk behavior survey from the CDC that we have here, it shows that we have a very high poverty level in the city of Buffalo. Those children that are being sent home, and I'm concerned about the health and wellness. We know for a fact that those children may be receiving some type of interaction as medical? And secondly, and are we actually looking to see if those children need food in those homes, or can we address that issue? Since they're not in school eating lunch or breakfast at the time.
Dr. Williams, are you there? Yeah.
I am. As far as the medical piece, not all of the children who are quarantined necessarily, the parents don't always and to be tested, but they do have to be out of school for their quarantine period and not display, excuse me, any symptoms. And so for that piece, as far as the medical, piece, do we require, that they get the vaccine or be tested? They have to be out for 10 days and they have to not display any symptoms or be symptomatic or anything in order to return. As far as, what was the second question that you had, Mr. Hurd? I'm very sorry.
The wellness, making sure that these children, if the families need it, they're receiving like breakfast and lunch or possibly dinner during this time. And then also
so I can tell you that I've been contacted by principals. Principals really inform us. They work with Dr. Reynolds when that kind of support is needed. And I've had principals that have arranged staff members, whether it's social workers or whoever it is that they designate, to ensure that families are receiving lunch and breakfast if they request. They work with that. Principals work with Dr. Reynolds on that.
So every school is receiving this opportunity?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
I'm sorry. So reinstating it, every school is being reached out to, and every family can have this opportunity in every building?
I'm not really sure the process that principals use. I just know that, they likely, between the principal and the SST team, knows the families and knows if there's a need for something like that, because I know I've been, principals have reached out to me on a few occasions and requested that, and Dr. Reynolds has worked with Bridget O'Brien Wood to make sure that that was set up.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for responding.
Mr. Hurd, Free Scott, then Paulette Woods.
I don't have anything, Dr. Evans-Brown. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Paulette Woods?
Yes, I just have a few questions. The slide that you showed on attendance, if you'd be kind enough to put it back up, because I'm trying to read it and I don't quite understand it when I'm looking at. I thought the slide had a notation that said green was satisfactory attendance. And what I thought I saw on there was a number of schools with 25% green areas. And I was looking to see if it was my schools or what is that small green area if green meant satisfaction? Because then my question was, if you're saying your ADA is 83%, and I'm looking at these little green areas and they don't look like not even 30%. I was trying to get to how do you get an 83% ADA if this green is what is indicated as satisfactory, and blue is saying they're at risk and over, and then the rest of that stuff, which appears to be more than 50%, is chronic, severe. I guess I didn't understand the chart, so I was hoping you could clarify that for me. what am I looking at if the green is not that big of a section, and that's what satisfactory is?
Yeah,
I didn't
Laura.
hear.
Yeah, either Laura or take a step. It's not the same variable that you're talking about. Start up here, Laura, with the overall district. That looks like it's about half and half with the.
So
explain
there
the
actually-
overall and then go to a school.
Okay, this is two different metrics, the ADA
Right.
and the severe and at-risk category. So ADA is based on how it's like takes into consideration all of the days of school, and it's a percentage of how many students were supposed to be in school that day. We take the number of kids who were in school each day divided by the number of kids who were supposed to be, but you add it all up. So each next day you would add more to the numerator and the denominator, and that gives us ADA. That's like the district overall. Over here, we're talking about the percent of days that students are absent. So it's a different percentage. So we're saying if there were 100 days of school, which there wasn't, but if there were, once you get to 20 days absent, you fall into the red. If you were between 10 and 20, you would fall into the orange, and so on. I think I said that backwards, but it's not the same percentage.
We've been in about 50 some days. If you're 10 days or higher, you're into severe.
Yep.
Yeah. So it's based on how many days we've been in school so far.
Okay.
So a lot of kids have missed a lot of days. That's what it's telling.
Oh, okay. So I am reading this chart. The green is looking like it's not 30% of our kids are satisfactory right now.
Yeah, that means 0 to 4 days. Anywhere in there is satisfactory.
And for the district overall, it's around 31%.
Yeah, actually, because we're at 50 days, it's probably 2 or 3 days. If you miss 2 or 3 days, you're probably satisfactory. Start getting over that, you're at risk, and then you're into the orange and the red after that. And that's what we mean when we start talking about transportation challenges. When we start adding in the health issues, we start adding in missed days because of COVID, on and on and on. You can easily get into that chronic and severe category with what we're seeing. In some schools, you get into these fights and get suspended. There goes your attendance chart. Starts getting into the red and the orange. But overall, you want to be green. You want to be green and blue at a large percentage of the picture.
Okay, so this is very transparent, and I thank you for being very transparent, but I didn't think I was reading it right. I thought maybe I was supposed to take the 31% and then add something to it to flip this to say that more of our kids are actually satisfactory, but it is what it is. Okay, 31% of the children are satisfactory.
Yeah.
Okay. My other question is, this is counting children, you're saying that who are supposed to come to school.
Well, based on enrollment. Yeah, based on enrollment.
Okay, so that's children who enrolled. So my question is, what happened to the children, and how do we capture the children who we lost, who stopped coming, who have disappeared, that should be in school anyway? How do we go back and grab those kids? And where are they counted? Because they're not in here. This is not counting the children who I don't know, got a job, whatever, just gave up. I mean, do we have anything where do we capture those children? That's the question.
Yeah, we are. Go ahead, Laura. We're working. We go ahead.
Okay, so some of these numbers do reflect the children that didn't come back to school up until Bed's Day. But to answer your question, if I go back to this enrollment screen, the children who didn't come back, as soon as this pops up, are these census kids. And I actually have them filtered out because I was looking at something else. But if I wanted to, I could just choose what we call census kids. And that tells me I have 943 of them. And we have these students, so my team sends me lists of them every day. We're working on searching for them. We have a plan with the attendance teachers to find them. We're going out to homes, we're calling homes, and in our office, we have some data clerks who are taking their state IDs and running them through the state system to see if maybe we can pick them up in a different school district somewhere in the state of New York. So slowly but surely, this number was up at it was about maybe 700 higher than it is now a couple weeks ago. We've slowly but surely been locating these kids who are missing.
And we're getting them back in?
Some of them come back in, but some of them have moved, but we found them in another district and they're no longer counting in our rolls because they're enrolled somewhere else.
Okay, that's good to know. That's the effort that is important to me because we've had 18 months of very trying situations, but I don't want to lose any child. So I appreciate that you're saying it's come down by 700 and that we're going to pursue this so that our children are accounted for and getting an education if at all possible.
Yes.
Absolutely, that's correct.
Absolutely.
And
Maybe
the other part.
I'm sorry, Dr. Cash.
No, go ahead. You finish your point.
I was going to say, and Ms. Woods, to your point, I want to just really circle back and really hit home what Laura's saying. Laura and I, we meet weekly with Dr. Williams, Dr. Brown, and the attendance teachers. And we meet weekly for about 2.5, 3 hours. Initially, it was like 4 hours. And we're discussing every child. Where are they? Do we have enough information? Not to just, we're not going to move kids off our rolls. If we know that they are enrolled in another district, regionally or another state, then yes, we take them off. But we're drilling down this same training that we have gone with our principals and our assistant principals that we're going over with you. We've been doing this since the first day of school with attendance teachers weekly. And I mean, we go right down kid and family. Where are they? You may or may not know this. We've even had, we hired a PI over the spring to find some of our kids. So it's about cleaning cohorts, but also finding kids who, they're on our rolls, but we haven't seen them. So we're not stopping at anything to find these kids. And we will stay with these weekly meetings until we resolve some of them,
And that's that part of it. So that answers Mrs. Wood's primary question. But the other part of the equation, colleagues, is all the strategies under ARP ESSER, or ESSER 2 and ESSER 3, that we have undertaken to draw kids back to our district. See? So we're not only looking for kids that we may have lost, more importantly, we're working very systematically to bring back kids into our district who may have gone to different schools for whatever reason. So that's what I'm really excited about. And you'll hear more about that in the weeks ahead.
Thank you. Ms. Woods, anything else?
No, that was very good news because those are the children, the missing children I'm kind of worried about. And I'm glad they haven't been forgotten.
And I think the effort of the district to be transparent is very good, because you're right. That would be most of our interests as board members. We want to find those children and bring them back as much as possible. Anything else? I don't see anybody else's hand. I went through the alphabet. Do I need to go back as it pertains to attendance? If not, Dr. Cash, we can move on to the next section.
All right, colleagues, thank you, Dr. Evans-Brown. Ms. Botticelli is prepared with maybe 7 or 8 slides to show us and explain to us what many often don't understand is the other kinds of data that we collect about achievement that aren't the state tests. So this will focus on the iStation information, the iReady, 2 new adaptations that we purchased for the district. Principals like the data. We like the data that it yields. And then, of course, the DIBELS data. So Ms. Botticelli will talk to you about what the data is looking like so far in the year and what we are doing to accelerate and improve those data points. Ms. Botticelli.
Thank you, Dr. Cash. Good evening, everyone. Admir, can you pull that up for me? Thank you. So I'm going to spend some time, and I promise I will be as brief as possible, but you can feel free to ask questions. I'm going to talk a little bit about our screening data. So through RTI regulation at the state, we are required to screen our students, and that entails universal screening, which means we screen all students in grades K to 4. But as a district, we've elected to go beyond that basic requirement, and so we've extended our DIBELS screening up through grade 6 and our math screening up through grade 8. So if you can go to the next slide, Admir, I'll just talk a little bit about our assessments. So screening means that we are giving short, brief, efficient assessments of basic skills in literacy and mathematics to all of our pre-K 4 students. Pre-K 4. And actually, for DIBELS, we go up to grade 6, as I said, and the math screener, we're going up to grade 8. So a screening assessment tells us students who are on track toward proficiency for their grade level. So by the end of the year, they're on track to be to achieve proficiency. Or it tells us students who might be at risk of not being proficient in their subject area by the end of the year. So we use iStation for both literacy and mathematics in pre-K. iStation is an adaptive online assessment. So it gives us really, really valuable data. So when I say that it is adaptive, I mean that when a student is not performing or answering questions correctly, the assessment is so sensitive that it can lower the level of questioning for that student to determine where that student truly is in terms of their understanding of the skills. If a student is answering proficiently, it's sensitive enough that the next round of questions will be a little more complex so that the data we receive will tell. Okay, it went out for a second, sorry. So that is our iStation screener. We use the same tool for both literacy and mathematics. Again, it's an adaptive assessment. iReady is our new screener for mathematics, and that is also an online adaptive assessment. So it's similar to iStation. The tool is sensitive enough that as it's giving questions to students, if the students are performing well or answering correctly, it gets a little more complex so that we can tell the nuance if a student is slightly above grade level. And if a student is struggling to respond correctly, it's going to lower the level of questioning so that we can tell if a student is below grade level. DIBELS 8 is a newer, updated version of the DIBELS platform that we have been using. And so we use that to measure basic literacy skills. So DIBELS stands for Dynamic Indicators of Basic Early Literacy Skills. And so at the lower grades, it's measuring letter naming fluency. So it will student will be shown a letter and then asked to name that letter. and they get a score based on how many letters they can name correctly in a set amount of time. They'll also be asked to identify the first sound in a word. They'll be asked to decode certain nonsense words, meaning if they know how to decode or to sound out words, we can give them a fake word and they can apply their understanding to that fake word and tell us how it should be pronounced. So if I gave the student P-O-K, they would say POC because they understand the sounds that each of those letters makes. As the students go up through the grade levels, it also measures their fluency and it'll measure their comprehension. So again, it'll measure all those foundational skills of literacy. We also can go to a diagnostic level with iReady. So the first measure I said was a screening measure. It tells us students who may be at risk of not achieving proficiency. But because iReady is diagnostic, it will because it's adaptive, it will also give us more diagnostic data. So it'll tell us more detail about what particular skills the student is struggling with. In literacy, we can administer the PAST, or the Phonological Awareness Screening Test, to dive deeper into a student's phonological skills to see if that might be what is causing the student to struggle with reading. We also have new assessments through Orton-Gillingham that will do something similar for phonics. So those particular assessments will give us deeper data on the student. So it'll allow us to figure out specifically what might be causing the student to struggle with reading. And I'm excited to say that we are in the process of identifying a new interim assessment for literacy and mathematics, which will give us more predictive data toward how students might perform on state assessments. So that is in the RFP process right now. Next slide, please, Edmure. Thank you. So this is our pre-K data from iStation. So BOY stands for beginning of year. We administer this assessment 3 times throughout the course of the year. So BOY is the beginning, middle of year is MOY, and end of year is EOY. So we can assess how well students are progressing throughout the course of the year. So this is our beginning of year data. So it's obviously very preliminary. This is where students scored when they first took this assessment with minimal days of instruction prior to taking the assessment. So basically when they walked in the door as pre-K students. So if a student scored a level 3, 4, or 5, they're considered on track to be proficient and ready for kindergarten. But to be officially ready for kindergarten, they had to score levels 3, 4, or 5 on both assessments. So a student who scored a level 3, 4, or 5, the green, would be considered kindergarten ready. So those students are ready all at the beginning of the year, are already on track for kindergarten. When you look at the yellow and the red, it means those students are not quite on track. And so we need to intervene with those students to make sure that they show progress during the middle of year assessment and by the end of year, they have gotten closer to proficiency. So our reading assessment for pre-K looks at listening comprehension, letter knowledge, and vocabulary knowledge. By the end of the year, it's going to add measures for phonemic awareness, because we know that at the end of pre-K, beginning of K, we want students to be able to recognize the sounds in words. For mathematics, it looks at foundational skills such as number sense, shapes, geometry, and sequencing. Those are some basic skills that it would assess at the beginning of year for mathematics. Next slide, please, Admir. So I want to provide some context for our conversation regarding DIBELS and regarding iReady. So this slide is actually from a national report that MClass conducted using DIBELS 8 data. So they had around, I'm sorry, I want to say around 3 million students, but that might be the math. But what you're looking at here is students who scored in 1920 who were below grade level. So that first, if you're looking at kindergarten, 28% of the kindergartners in 1920, the year that we first went out for COVID, in the middle of the year, 28% had scored below grade level proficiency. You can see that last year, in the middle of the year, that number had shot up to 47%. So due to COVID and the situations that we are dealing with across the country, you can see that students were dramatically affected in terms of their proficiency. So again, this is a national report. It's based on a comparison between the 1920 data and the 2021 data. And you can see the effects of the pandemic when you look at this data, because the number of students that are off track toward proficiency or at risk has really gone up. Kindergarten is a prime example. You can also note that the main grade levels that were the most affected by the pandemic are the primary grades, so K1 and 2. The effects of the pandemic are a little bit less when you look at grades 3, 4, and 5. So again, this is middle of year data with a national sample. So the source schools that are represented here were approximately 17% Black or African American, 53% Hispanic, and 22% white. So it was a larger mix than we might have in our own schools. But this is the national sample. And again, middle of year data. So we're going to look at next at our own data from the beginning of this year. So Admir, if you can go to the next slide. Okay, so you can see our scores from grades K to grade 6. They're similar to what you were seeing in the national sample. But remember, this is beginning of year data. What we looked at for the national sample was middle of year, which means that we anticipate the amount of red that you see on the screen will decrease by the time we get to the middle of this year. So the work that we do with our students to get them on track for proficiency is going to reduce the amount of students at risk and increase the amount of students in the green and blue, which represents on grade level or above. So by the middle of year, you should see a decrease in the red and an increase in the other colors. You can also see that similar to the national sample, our grades K1, 2 were the most affected by the pandemic. If you think about it, our second graders were the students who were in kindergarten the year that we went out for COVID in the beginning. You can go to the next slide, please, Admir. So here are some of the things that we are doing to make sure we're supporting our students and accelerating their learning. First, we're focused on our instructional priorities. So I know you've heard me talk about them before. We use a coaching tool with our teachers. We monitor classrooms, but we're looking for some very specific things that are aligned to student success. First, we want to make sure that teachers and students are using our vetted curriculum materials because we know that they are rigorous and on grade level. We also want to make sure that all students are reading. And when we say reading, we mean independently, because we know that students need that opportunity to become better readers. They have to practice reading themselves. So I've talked to Dr. Cash about this. It would be when a student doesn't get the opportunity to practice reading independently, it would be like going to basketball practice and your coach models a layup for you, and then models another layup for you, and then models another layup for you, but never lets you touch the ball. So what we want to do is make sure kids get that opportunity to read independently, because that's how you become a better reader. But that has to be monitored. So teachers have to give feedback to the students. The students have accountable tasks to do while they read, so the teacher can tell if they understand the text. We also want to make sure that students have daily opportunities to write about the text that they are reading. So it's really important that they are processing their learning through writing. So we have a very strong writing initiative with our Step Up to Writing program. We've trained all of our teachers, K-12, across the subjects, and we continue to reinforce the importance of writing instruction in the schools. And then finally, we want to make sure teachers are differentiating instruction, which is kind of a fancy education way of saying they need to meet the needs of each student wherever that student is. So even though they may be teaching a lesson to the whole class, they might need to make some modifications for certain students. So some students may need a graphic organizer that other students don't need. Some students, maybe they're not proficient in English yet. They might need help with sentence starters to get the conversation going or to get their writing started. But there's different tools teachers can use. They can deliver explicit instruction, meaning they provide a lot of modeling and think alouds and a lot of feedback to students so they can improve. But we expect teachers to differentiate their instruction to meet the needs of the kids in front of them. So we have a very, very intensive push for the instructional priorities. And again, our principals are trained and we are going out and looking at classroom instruction and making sure that we see those things. And if we don't see the priorities in action, we provide supports to teachers to make sure that those priorities are met. So that's why we have coaching initiatives in our schools. We have staff from central office that can support. Administrators at the building level are trained to support. Teachers can go visit other classrooms where something might be in effect and would be beneficial for them to see. And we have a lot of professional development around solid reading instruction. So along those lines, we also offer letters training, and we expanded it to grade 4 this year. And I think you've heard me talk about Orton Gillingham, which is our new tier 3 intervention. So all special education teachers, grades K to 8 will be trained, as well as all reading teachers and literacy coaches. So they'll be able to work with the students to support anyone who is really struggling to learn to decode. In terms of our curriculum, you've heard me talk about acceleration. So we have provided acceleration guides for grades 2 to 6 in reading so that teachers can see these are the skills from the previous year that you need to reinforce. They're the priority skills. These are the priority skills for your current grade level. And here are some suggestions for how you can weave in some of these skills from the previous year to support student learning while still staying on track with grade level skills. We've also purchased Hegarty Phonemic Awareness, which is a very, very highly recommended program for phonemic awareness skills. And so all of our teachers K to 2 have access to that, and they use it instructionally with our students. We've created our own letters-based phonics lessons to replace what was in the reading program. So these are much more explicit, and they're based on the learning our teachers have received at letters training. And we're in the process of purchasing additional decodable texts and toolkits to support those lessons. You've heard me talk in the past about our higher order thinking items, but those questions are still available to our teachers, and they support writing instruction as well as comprehension instruction, and they're aligned to state assessments. We're in the process of RFPing for a new vocabulary program for grades 5 to 8 that'll be focused on morphemic analysis. So our kids will learn about prefixes, suffixes, and roots in Latin and Greek, which are the 2 most common languages for mathematical and scientific vocabulary. So that will help the students as they get into the more complex text in the middle and upper grades. We've purchased some additional supplemental resources. So Osmo for pre-K is a really, really wonderful app that comes with hands-on manipulatives. So students can learn mathematics or learn literacy skills using the hands-on tools while the app guides them through the process. We're purchasing Raising a Reader, which the board approved for us recently. So all of our pre-K students will be taking home backpacks full of books to share with their families. And then they'll return those each month and get new books to take home the next month. And there's training that goes with that to support the families in this initiative. We also continue to use Myon. And working with Dr. Morell in the CLRI department, we've increased the amount of diverse text that is available through Myon. And then we continue to provide intervention and enrichment. So you know that we had a very successful summer. We had a lot of students come and participate in our programming. In terms of intervention, we have tier 3 interventions called corrective reading and reading mastery. So after core instruction, we have 30 minutes of intervention every day, grades K to 6, and students walk to the teacher who will provide them with the appropriate level of intervention. So they may walk to a teacher who will provide them with enrichment, junior grade books, because that student is already on grade level or above. But they may walk to a teacher who's going to provide them with a very intensive level of intervention, a tier 3 intervention, using either Lexia, corrective reading, or reading mastery. excuse me, and now we're adding Orton Gillingham, excuse me, to that tier. And the multilingual department has just purchased a new online program for their entering and emerging students to increase their access to the foundational skills to reinforce their learning. And they are in the process of selecting a similar program for the bilingual program, the bilingual schools. So all of these things are sort of a snapshot of some of the work we're doing to make sure that our teachers are prepared and that our students have the tools they need so that within the next year or two, we see our DIBELS scores not only go back to pre-pandemic levels, but improve beyond that, because our goal is that we'll have 100% of our students reading on grade level. Next slide, please, Admir. So this is a national snapshot from the iReady data. So iReady is our new assessment tool for mathematics. They have done a national study. They looked at the average of about 3.4 million students who had scores in the fall, so the beginning of year, from 2017, 18, and 19, and they compared that to the fall of 2021 data. So you can see the percentage of students who are on grade level is not yet reaching pre-pandemic levels, right? So the students' performance is lower during the pandemic than it was pre-pandemic. But to be fair, it wasn't as high as anyone would like to see even pre-pandemic. The historical inequities across the nation were amplified and exacerbated during the pandemic. So you can see that in the first group, a school that had 50% or more Black students pre-pandemic would have started the year at a proficiency level of 9%, and during the pandemic was at a 4% proficiency level. So these historical inequities were amplified during the pandemic, and so we know that we have to put some serious interventions in place nationwide, not just in Buffalo, to really remedy the situation. Admir, if you can go to the next slide, please. So this is the BPS beginning of year data from iReady. Just for your understanding, the green means that student is already at grade level. The yellow is where you would anticipate a student would start the year. And the red means that they are behind grade level. So you can see kindergarten, obviously the students haven't really had instruction yet. So those students are where you would anticipate that they would be at the start of the year. But you can see by, as you go through the other grades, that metric changes. The difference in math performance could be attributed to the content standards. So in the primary grades, it's much more focused on number sense and fluency. And then as you go up through the grades, you're really focused on problem solving and algebraic thinking, which is obviously a much more complex text, which is why our data, similar to the nationwide data, shows that discrepancy in the upper grades. But again, we are putting steps into place to make sure we're accelerating student learning. So Admir, if you can go to the next slide, please. Thank you. So again, we have instructional priorities for mathematics, just like we do for literacy. So the mathematics and literacy both share the priority of differentiation and using district curriculum. But for mathematics, we also talk about rigorous grade level independent work, as well as all students explaining their thinking. So what we mean is we want to see students have the opportunity, just like in reading, we want them to have the opportunity to practice the math that they learn. So it's really important that teachers provide those independent opportunities, that they use precise vocabulary with the students so the students learn and internalize that vocabulary, and that the students are exposed to that level of rigor. It's also really important that just like when a student writes about text, we want them to write about mathematics and to talk about mathematics, because that's a way that a student processes their learning. So it's really important for us that kids get the opportunities to have dialogue about math, to critique one another's thinking, and to analyze their own problem-solving skills and try to justify why they chose a particular strategy or how they came to a particular answer. So those are two of the things we focus on a lot in mathematics. And I will say one of the ones we need to do more with is the conversation about math. So we want to work with teachers to embed more opportunities during class to have those conversations. For professional development, we are going with numbers this year. So our K-2 teachers and our instructional coaches and math coaches this year will be receiving numbers training, which is a parallel to letters, but for mathematic pedagogy and content knowledge. We know that when you get certified to be a teacher in New York State, you get the bare minimum of training in mathematics. So we know that our teachers want more content knowledge and more content training in that subject area so that they feel very confident with their the work that they do with their students. So we are focusing on that this year to make sure that they have that solid pedagogical knowledge. And then we also talked about the Gates grant, because grade 6 in particular is the transition year right before teachers have that certification of pure math, like the content area math. And 6th grade is the pivotal year for a lot of our teachers. So we're bolstering and supporting them through the Gates grant. In terms of our curriculum, we've made adjustments to provide additional practice opportunities and more time for small group supports within our curriculum. We embedded think tanks, which are challenge items. So every day the students should have a challenge item before they start class. And then we've purchased Zern, and I think I've talked about it with you before, but Zern is created with the modules in mind. So it parallels every lesson in the modules and gives a refresher, so a little mini teaching lesson video based on that module. And then it gives students practice opportunities with feedback and then a test. So teachers get a lot of data from the Zern opportunity when they assign it, and we've embedded it in the curriculum so that it's part of the instructional day. Again, we purchased Osmo, which I talked about before. It's good for both mathematics and literacy. And this year, the math department has provided a couple other opportunities. One is number of the day. So there are tools and strategies to use to help kids become more fluent with number sense. And then I'm going to email you tonight the mathematics minutes calendar developed by the math department. But for every day of the school year, there are different opportunities with challenge problems, mathematical facts, inspiring quotes, things that schools can use to engage students in that thinking about math to start the day. In terms of RTI, intervention and enrichment, again, we did provide a really rich summer school experience for our students. We have MobyMax, which can be used both as an intervention and as an on-grade level tool. So it gives a diagnostic placement test to the students when they first log in and then assigns them practice opportunities automatically based on that data. But teachers can also choose to assign on-grade level work, so they can reinforce the lesson that they've been working on with the students. Finish Line is another intervention we provide to our 7th and 8th grade students. And this year, for the first time, we purchased IXL for all of our algebra students to reinforce the skills that they need practice with in the algebra content. But also, like MobyMax, it will go down lower and give students additional practice if they have a gap in their understanding from a lower grade level. And I would be remiss if I did not talk about some of our STEAM opportunities. I know it's not pure mathematics, but I think it's really exciting, and I think it will really engage our students in learning. So this year, for our early childhood enrichment program, our pull-out classes, we are purchasing engineering tools, animation tools, additional Osmo sets specific to those grade levels, and Generation Genius, which is a series of videos and activities for mathematics and science. So our students will be exposed to things like robotics and learning how to, I can see Mrs. Coppin is excited, but they build toward things like drones and the types of work we're going to do in the upper grades. So again, our CTE classes this year in 7th and 8th started with 3D printing, and by next year we'll be infusing drones and robotics into those classes as well. So again, I haven't touched on every single thing we've done in the district. There are some very school-specific activities that they are working on, but I wanted to give you a sense of the work that's going in to develop our teaching staff and to support our students.
And I disagree. You touched on every single thing we're doing in the district. But you did a great job, and I really do appreciate your sharpness so late in the evening. It was excellent.
Thank you.
Mr.
Dr. Cash.
Dr. Evans Brown, we turn it back to you. But for the ladies tonight, this was ladies' night, and they were outstanding, every single one.
They were.
And I don't know how much we can add to it, but you go ahead. Let's turn it back to you.
I'm telling you. Okay, so Anne, thank you for such a robust, thorough, detailed presentation. We are doing some great things in this district, especially with the little babies. So I'm going to start with, I'm just going to do one quick round. For those who have questions, I'm going to start with Board Member Sharon Hotman. You have any questions, comments?
I don't have any questions. I'm very pleased. I am excited about what's going on in our. And you know I'm a math person, so I love the math approach that you have, and I'm just excited. Thank you so much for being thorough with that. I just had one question. So I'm thinking about years ago when my child was at Olmsted, how his report had his opening scores on it, you know, beginning of the year. And then it also showed where he was when I came to open house midway through the year. Well, back then we had open house twice a year. And it showed me that are we able to produce reports like that for parents? They can see where their child started out at and where they end up at?
Yes, I think Mr. Scott asked the same question last time. So I spoke to our teams. We do have that data available. Right now, it's just the beginning of the year. So it's sort of that entry point because kids haven't had enough solid instruction to show any gain.
Right.
By the middle of the year, you'll be able to see the improvement over time. And then again, we'd have the end of year. So we would have 3 data points to show to families.
And then here's a plug. Here's one other. Okay, so with the lack or the lag in learning, is there a need for teacher aides or teacher assistants in those classrooms to help those teachers move those children to the next level? I mean, a big shot in the arm, you know, for something like that, because we've got to do something to help these teachers because they're stressing out too. Nationally, I'm reading a report that the teachers are stressing out across the board. And Dr. Cash, I think it was last year, we gave an extra day and one of those breaks to our staff or whatever. We might want to think about considering that this year in some aspect, either between Thanksgiving or Christmas, because our teachers are also going through a traumatic time. And so I'm just asking, do you think that if we could get more help in the classrooms, and I'm even thinking about maybe with the teaching colleges as well and things like that, that we can give an extra assist to the teachers might help us also move those numbers too. Just an idea.
I would probably defer to Jamie Warren on this one, the availability of additional staff. But I do know that we have student teachers in a lot of our schools who are supportive of the work that's happening in the classroom. UB has been providing us with internship opportunities for students. So there are many schools that have had that extra reinforcement.
So thank you so much for the great work that's being done.
Thank you.
Yeah, and I've already thought about this, colleagues, about Wednesday, giving Wednesday off. I've asked staff to look into that and see what that would mean. They say basically it's a calendar adjustment and then bring it to the board. So I'm okay. I'm in favor of it, but I do want to be cautious of not too much more than that because of the bus situation. We're going to have to, the best recommendation coming out of that transportation committee so far to me, and I'll be bringing it to you, is that we may have to have an early release. We just have to watch the number of days that we make sure we fit into the calendar for the state purposes. But I'm all for giving next Wednesday off for self-care. I think that the staff, not just the teachers, but the staff writ large, they're having some, they're having stress issues as well, Ms. Cotman. So thank you for bringing it up. But we'll have a discussion with it, and I may have it on your agenda for vote next Wednesday after I talk to legal and talk to the state about it.
Okay, thanks for that recommendation, Karen. Mr. Hurd, Board Member Hurd, you're up next. Any questions, comments?
And that was a wonderful presentation. I really don't know how you do all that, keep all that information in your mind, especially at this late in the hour, that you can just so leisurely just go over every program that we're using, especially with our math. And I really love that drone program with the CTE program at the end. And any way that adapt to our kids also, because that will really, really capture a lot of our kids, especially ones who may be, having problems in school, just to take them away from learning for a minute and bring them back. So that's just a thought. That's just a thought. If we can, I'd love to be part of a program like that. And Dr. Cash?
I missed that part. What did you say you specifically?
I would love to be part of a program like that. We can work with our children also.
Okay. I think some of the after-school programs would move in that direction. And I know that every 7th and 8th grade teacher will have, or student will have access to it.
Great. Doing wonderful work, and this district surely needs you. Thank you so much. And Dr. Cash, I did receive a couple of 2 teachers that responded about that Wednesday off. So we was talking about that a little while ago. So I think that'd be a great thing. Pardon me? No, they called last week about possibly getting that day off.
Lord,
they called last week about that. Yes. So I will text them back. Maybe you might have some good news. Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hurd. Jennifer McCoy.
I don't have any questions for that. I think it was just so succinct and thorough, and I just appreciate it. I appreciate you being so astute this late as well. So thank you so much. I feel like we have such an overload of kind of great data and things we can use to counteract some negative narratives, and that's what I'm taking from tonight. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you. President Sabusi.
Thank you very much, Dr. Evans-Brown, for the opportunity, and thank you for the excellent presentation. They're all excellent presentations tonight. I have no further questions at this point.
Okay, thank you. Dr. Anne Rivera, any questions, comments?
Just a very quick comment. I want to add my thank you as well. And also just to reinforce how much I appreciate that you're focusing on accelerating learning and not remediation. I think it really works. I think you have a really clear and coherent plan, and I look forward to the results.
Thank you, Dr. Ann. Board Member Lawrence Scott, any questions, comments?
Just quickly, and another great presentation with a wealth of information. I knew that data was out there, so it's good to see it collected and presented in a concise way. Anecdotally, just want to share that my youngest son is now in 3rd grade. So he was in 1st grade when this pandemic began. And, it was an adjustment for him to begin this 3rd grade year. And we saw some resistance in him, some struggles. And we're starting to see signs of him adjusting to the change and seeing improvement in his reading. And, just last night to see him go to his book bag on his own and grab his homework out after we ate dinner and sit down and start doing it without one of us saying anything was just, a sign that we're starting to adjust and to the change. And so thank you for everything. And that's all for me.
Thank you, Board Member Scott. That's pretty huge. And then lastly, Board Member Paulette Woods.
Well, I agree. It was a very impressive presentation with a lot of clear explanations of what the tools you're going to use to bring our kids to close this gap. And my only other question on here is, now that we have this dashboard, will the actual data for our schools be on the dashboard, where you showed a very excellent report that said, yes, it can be measured. 2019 to 20, 28% of the children were not ready. not at level. And 2021, 47%. So that's that loss learning. And it's in the national level, and I'd like to see if you could put that on the dashboard so we, the board, know what the challenge is and where we're at. Since you can't measure it.
Yep, I know that Ebony and Laura are working to get that data into the dashboard. Not the national data, but definitely our own BPS internal data. Both for all three, I believe, iStation, iReady, and Dibbles. And I see Ebony shaking her head.
Okay, that's perfect, because that's what we're asking for. Clear information, measurement, and transparency. So you get double A's for me.
Thank you.
Okay, anybody else? Kudos to all of you. That's a lot of hard work that was presented tonight. So Dr. Cash, would you like to have a last word before we close?
No, colleagues, I think, you've made good points. We appreciate your thoughtful comments and attentiveness because this was a long night and it had a lot of meat in it. So it was a good night. It was a good meeting. And I just appreciate you appreciating how hard the staff work, and that, you can mix the narrative out there. You can say, yes, we have data that we absolutely have to improve and work on, but be assured that the staff and the district have clear strategies. They have they work relentlessly on this, and then we're not going to quit until we become best in class. So with your support and with you helping us get the word out and keep giving us ways to improve, I know we'll get there sooner than later. I want to see the improvement this year. Get our kids back happy, back rolling, and heading on to great things in their lives. So thank you again for all that you do to support our children.
Yay. All right.
Thank you.
Applause. Very good. Good work. We're off tomorrow. So everybody be safe. Enjoy. That concludes student achievement tonight.
Thank you. Night, night.